Good afternoon, Tough Mudder, Wyverx. Good day, good day, guys. Good day. Welcome in. A bit late starting today. It is hot outside. Well, hot for Scotland anyway. I think it's that time. Time for the heat waves. Sebastian, welcome in. Good day to you. Whew. Yeah, I need to be doing way more things during the day. Tough before going live if it's going to be this hot. There's no way I can do it afterwards. Welcome in, how you doing today, Chief? Dun, 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 dun. Does it get decently cooler at night there, or does it get? It gets really cold. Yeah, very cold at night, which makes up for it. But we're talking about like 10 o'clock or something like that. Bam, 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 bam. Hey, Fresh. Viz, welcome in, guys. Hey, Demo. Afternoon to you, Chief. Ugh. Blah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael TheDarkLaw, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. It is Saturday, chat. The weekend is upon us. 4th of June, 22. Woo! Welcome in, guys. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. It's very, very hot outside. Wilburg, good day to you. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. Just checking to see if anyone's put a good YouTube video down. How's everyone doing? It is crazy how, like, in the past 3 days, the heat wave has just sort of kicked in. It's been crazy, man. I started watching the new season of Boys last night. I got through the first 2 episodes before crashing out. Pretty fucking cool, actually, I have to say. A little bit disturbing, as always, in the first episode. Not gonna lie, if you're a male, you may want to pucker up before watching that one. It was pretty fucked. Joe, welcome in. It's Saturday, no work, so it's a good day. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's about pretty much it. There's not much else news. There's we got a 33-minute video from Avenger 1. I'm curious. This is like a fucking super long video about combat to CAG, so yeah, let's have a little banter at this. Let me just sort this out here. Oh, my OCD is gonna go crazy. Yeah, the don't disappoint. Yeah, it was nuts, man. Alright, let's have a look.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Avenger 1. You might be wondering what this video is all about.
I love how he's always
Perhaps the better question is who it's for. Combat and PvP have been a big focus of mine since Star Citizen's release. I have been fascinated and inspired since I was a little boy, with movies like Star Wars and shows like Battlestar Galactica.
Yes.
Heroes in cockpits, fighting for survival in a high-stakes fighter combat situation against the backdrop of a sci-fi universe. It is this singular passion that has driven me to play Star Citizen and to spend my time educating and inspiring others to experience the thrill of combat and dogfighting that I enjoy.
Target the devs, right.
This video is a deep dive on my understanding of the flight model as it is currently in 3.17.1 and is directly targeted at the player experience, flight combat, and design teams at CIG. I have outlined some core mechanics and solutions to flight model problems and provide examples and personal feedback from over 5,000 hours of combat since.
Wait. I thought you said you had 20,000 hours of combat time in Star Citizen Avenger 1. I'm just memeing, by the way. I know it's not possible for him to do, but you guys remember when he did that meme? I've got 20,000 hours of combat time. It's gone down. No, I don't want to buy followers. No. Alright? No. I don't need to buy followers. I've got like 12,000. And even then, it's only like 5% of them actually have notifications on. So followers mean jack shit. Sorry. No. I don't need them. P-Bond, how you doing? And now, I did salty. Yeah. Now it's 5,000. I like Avenger 1, but this is where this shit comes back to bite people in the ass when you talk about this stuff. It's just 15,000 hours has magically disappeared.
With the news of Star Citizen's drop in speed debate, I wanted to table some solutions for better gameplay as development is continuing. I wanted to break down the main issues with combat as we have now, and then provide solutions for existing and visual aids and personal feedback.
Very interested to see what he actually says.
I would just like to say thank you to the teams working right now, and that despite the haters, the negative and sometimes hateful feedback you guys receive, know that Star Citizen has never been a more fun and more engaging.
Don't say that to them, Avenger 1.
For everyone else watching, please feel free to join the discussion.
Treat them mean, keep them
mature
keen.
and gentle way.
My
as
goodness.
There are strong urges to villainize and demonize those who differ in opinions. Do not fall victim to hysteria or anger. It is our ability to work together.
All right, no. Let's just skip that stuff. That's where I never agree to that kind of stuff. They're developers. Gotta give them. You gotta whip them to get the game done.
Talk about is disengagement. But at first, we need to look at what we currently have in our flight model right now, and this is obviously assuming that the speed changes haven't taken effect yet. So let's take a look at this picture. So currently, right now in 3.17, this is roughly kind of where we're sitting, right? Now you'll notice that there are two different colored circles around each target. Okay, the Vandal blade obviously having its size cone, which is represented by the...
I don't want to be technical, but there's technically two around each ship.
The weapon velocity that the system is using, because the movement changes that you're going to make as either the arrow or the Vandal blade are going to reduce the velocity, or reduce the engagement distance, because a target that's moving and changing vectors you need to close on, right? Up until you reach the point of your maximum turn rate, which is represented by the center sphere, which is the deeper color red or blue. And this represents whatever maximum turn rate that specific fighter is capable of pulling. Now, if you orbit the enemy fighter at a range that's closer or inside that kind of deeper colored sphere, higher than his turn rates, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to be able to gain a positional advantage against that target depending on the speeds. Now, you can do this quite easily against stuff like Vanguards, or quite honestly, any fighter that has a disparity between its turn rate of the ship attacking and the ship defending. This allows for different kinds of gameplay when it comes to managing the energy. A heavier fighter wants to stay at higher energy.
I'm kind of sad for the Vandal blade. You know what I mean? It's so useless in the game.
Because the higher the speed, the higher the energy, the more
When I look at
difficult
this
it is
icon,
for
I'm
a
just
lighter
like, fuck
fighter
me,
to
that
maneuver
ship is
into a
so
position that
garbage.
is either outside of the cone of fire or outside of any threat engagement zone.
It's like one of the most expensive light fires.
Quite a lot, which we'll get into later, because I feel like turrets need a bit of a revamp.
Turrets need a massive revamp. I'm sorry, but like, I'm not getting into it.
We understand our basics here. We understand that our engagement distance is dictated by the applied damage that we can push out, which is dramatically impacted by the velocity of our projectile speeds. Hence why cannons are basically out of the meta entirely, because the zone that you can keep
well, in atmosphere, they're actually still pretty good, especially with staggered fire. You know what I mean? Like, cannons clap in atmosphere.
capably apply damage is so short.
They should be useful in
you're
space
only
as
going to
well.
get shot to pieces by trying to close distance.
That's
and we
how I
have
feel
trouble
anyway.
closing distance because of two reasons. One, our accelerations, although they are high, because the overall speeds are so high, you get this kind of drift effect, which does require you to be a lot more precise with your throttle, which leads into more skill-based gameplay, which I'm all for. But at the same time, we have to build a game that feels enjoyable and exciting, and also doesn't be so confusing or so difficult that you literally have to become a professional pilot.
Yeah.
Just to be able to get the.
Yeah, this is something I've been talking about whilst I've been in Arena Commando. I'm all up for highly skilled pilots engaging, losing to them, all that jazz. But there is a huge amount of cheese right now in the game where, for whatever reason, you have to put in these crazy amount of hours to build up the muscle memory for this one way of flying, which doesn't benefit you in the PU one bit at all, because it's dedicated around 1v1, right? Which is what Arena Commander is for. And it's this weird... The other opponent has so much more speed and movement over you the moment something happens. And it's the weirdest effect. And unless you actually know it... Now, I've not been told how to do it yet. I'm kind of just discovering things as it goes on. But there is this weird case where the moment it happens, the other player has this huge, and I mean huge, advantage of movement over you. And we do know there is a wee bit of weird things when you get on top of somebody. It's like you get, I can't remember what Goliath was talking about, or Shadow Moses, where when you get over somebody like this, you get pulled around when somebody's doing things. And there's a lot of cheese in the game right now.
Okay, so what does this have to do with disengagements? Well, it's got everything to do with it. In a previous video called Masterclass on Dogfighting, I took a concept I was talking about when it comes to bubbles. Now, in this visual representation, you see two arrows, which are represented by the two kind of, the white V shapes. And what I'm showing here is the engagement bubble, or the engagement distance. Assuming both fighters are using repeaters, you'll notice that each engagement bubble is around 500 meters. Okay? And what ends up happening is, because our overall top speeds are so high, that as soon as...
Why does he do... No, Juan! No! No, I've already been over this with your friend Onito. Onito, Juan. No, I don't need to become famous, okay? I'm already really famous in the UK, you just don't know it yet, okay? You know? You know what I mean? I'm so famous. Look at all the, once you're over 700 followers on Twitter in the UK, you're technically a celebrity. So I'm already too famous. I'm on like 2,000 already followers on Twitter. I'm far too famous as it is. So somebody else in the category will definitely want that, you know? I might have wanted it one day to be famous, but I'm already far too famous as it is. So no,
as soon as
thanks.
you're in a spot
No,
where
thanks.
you've taken damage and you really don't like the position you're in, if you push your main thrusters and your side thrusters at the same time, it's called tri-cording, which is triple coordinate movement, which means you're getting all your thrusters to push you.
And I don't think you should have... Oh, thank you very much, Mitch. Thank you for slapping my head. I don't think you should ever be able to tricord in this game. At all. I don't think you should. It's crazy that you can achieve these stupid G's and this stupid movement for bad game design. TDL is so famous, he had the Queen make him a stamp with his face on it. Yeah, yeah. Can I have an autograph? Sure. When Citizen Con, I'll hand out autographs.
Some ludicrous number for G-force, and you can get out of any kind of 500-meter bubble.
This has to go. Tricording has to go from the game.
So in one swoop we have 2 high accelerations, and on the other we feel like accelerations aren't fast enough when it comes to some of these heavier fighters because they simply cannot avoid fire.
Yeah.
So what's the solution, right? We do have a solution for part 2 here, but I just want to outline the issues that we're dealing with right now. And even if we get a reduction in overall speed, this issue might not necessarily go away too much. It has to be a fundamental decision that you have to make at the flight model level. Okay, so we understand disengagement as an issue. Now let's talk a little bit about gunnery. So what we have right now in 3.17.1 with fixed assist, obviously gimbals, there's kind of an issue just in general with the gunnery in this game. You have to be pixel accurate.
Yeah, well CIG already know
like
this
the game kind of suffers from being hyper pixel accurate. Even at relatively
close already know that there's a problem with
on top of that, the issue
hit
of
reg and
which you can see illustrated here,
pips and
even
stuff
against something physically large like a Vanguard, as long as I'm maintaining a proper corkscrew, maintaining good thruster control, if I'm outside of that kind of 500-meter cone that the Scorpius is engaging me at, then you'll see a lot of these tracers are not even touching me until I get within that 500-meter kind of distance.
I was showing that yesterday. Remember that the good Saber pilot we were fighting in atmosphere the first time? The first time it disengaged, it managed to get shields up, and I'm within range, pinpoint accurate on the crosshair, and I'm beaming, and not a single shot landed. And this is in atmosphere, not going at 1400 meters a second. You know what I mean? And they're not registering it, and it managed to get shields up. That's why I disengaged, because I'm not going to chase after, doing that kind of stuff. And that's where the battle of attrition came in. This is a big issue. It's the same with myself and Duca. We're in the Scorpius, and we're fighting Fresh. And Fresh knows exactly where I'm going with this, is that if you are in space and you are fighting somebody that's in a ship that maybe doesn't have the same sort of acceleration, not top-end speed, acceleration, you can stay in what I like to call the fucking drunken kung fu area of the game, where, for example, you're just like, bullets, fucking... these mean nothing to me, you know what I mean? And then you push in under, beam, and then you move out back into this sort of, oh, look at your fucking rounds, I will just matrix around them like they mean nothing. And this is really bad in the game right now, where you can literally stay in a sphere spin, controlling the fight, and nobody can land a shot on you. It's mental stuff. Hey, Blasty. TheDarkLaw is trying to be swinging back in. Oh, good, dude. Oh, good. When you can, sir. When you can. I appreciate you coming in when you can, sir.
This is largely due to the fact that even if the pilot...
Look at that. Literally, this ship... I wish he had it kind of like set up here, but it took no damage
movement pattern that I'm doing and was able to adjust even a little bit off of the pip to adjust for the inaccuracy in what I'm doing and the pattern that I'm setting, the roll that I'm setting.
Pips are so bad. Fix assist, gimbal assist, all the assist on the world. You know what I would actually really like to see, right? I would love to see with no pips, okay? And what you do is just basically have to, instead of like 41 shots, you get like 200 shots and you just spray. And with cannons, they just really clap if you actually manage to get that learning curve on it. Because you can see the trail here, right? So CIG could actually make it where, for example, the trail indicates a little bit more or whatever, you know? But generally, the pip system is so shit.
Where the
And if anyone remembers, we used to have... Hey, Zaman, how you doing, Chief? We used to have it where we all had to use size 2 auto gimbal and aim at the pip just to land a shot. Does anyone remember that? It was like a couple of years ago. You know, a bit more than that actually. Maybe like 2019 kind of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We used to have to use auto gimbal and actually aim at the pip to land a shot. It was so fucking bad. You know? Fuck off, Rich.
physical cross section.
He's done a meme. Look at this shit. Look what he's done, chat. Alright? What a twat. What a twat. Oh, dear me. Angel had a wonderful first night last night. Installed the game, went on a first mission, accidentally killed the wrong NPC, went criminal, and 2 strangers helped me earn it off. Some kind people gave me money because it's my birthday. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, you did come across.
Overlaps the targeting error, which is what's being caused by the projectile. In layman's terms, you got to get close enough that even when the computer misses, you're still applying damage.
This is where CIG are making their own worst enemy by making everything assisted. Everything assisted in a game like Star Citizen is a really, really bad idea. Really bad. Because if the game doesn't work, it doesn't matter how fucking pro you are bound by the limitations of what the computer does. It's why professional racers, you know, drifters, all these people disengage the computers of their cars to be able to do shit that the driver basically does. It's the same thing in Star Citizen. We need a method to disengage CIG's crap assist.
That's right.
Because it does ruin this game.
Hence why physically small fighters right now are absolutely destroying everything else they can get their little greedy paws on. I mean, it's because of it.
Well, to be fair, Avenger, you were one of these people that rates or goes on that they want the arrow and light fighters to be able to kill, you know?
Because they're so accurate, they're actually missing the target. And because the fixed assist is pulling into the incorrect solution obviously being something that you can manage. And if you have a physically small profile and you're fighting something that's large, it doesn't matter how much DPS you have. As long as you don't get within that magical range of 400 meters, you can stay at long range and you can plink away your target until he's dead. Hence why velocity and projectiles are so important. So yes, fixed assist does help because it creates a bit of a failure zone, I call it, where even if you're not perfectly on the target, your guns are going to give you that last little bit of assistance to make sure that you're on target and that you're killing. But this is also due to 2 things. One, Star Citizen has extremely tough ships that require quite a long time to pull trigger to actually get a kill. So you need to maintain target acquisition for quite a long time to actually secure a kill. And 2, when fixed assist is helping you, it's not allowing you to cancel that kind of, you know, I wish there was a way to turn it off, basically. Okay, so let's tackle wobbling.
Just get rid of it from the game. Full stop. Take away fixed assist from the game.
Spoke about gunnery, our weapons are...
We never had these things in the original models of the game. CIG are their worst own enemy when designing Star Citizen. Because we had a system where fixed worked, and we had a system where gimbal worked. Where you didn't have assist gimbal, you basically had to move your mouse around, move the circle around, and that was your gimbal system. And then whoever decided to make fixed gimbal assist has slaughtered the fucking game to pieces because of it. They should have never changed it. They should have just left it. It was working. All they had to do was make small micro adjustments, not redo the system over and over again. And we're in this nightmare where generally, and this is nothing against like CIG, I generally feel that they can't fix this. It's got to the point now where it's so screwed in combat, in flight, that there's no point doing like little patch fixes or anything like that. It's just rip it out and go back to scratch. Because it's mental how a lot of this stuff is so broken in the game. And I don't see it being fixed for Pyro or anything like that.
They're always kind of going towards the, the pip solution, which not all the time is going to be accurate. We have this issue with we call wobbling, right? Now, wobbling is immensely frustrating in this game because the truth is, if you want parity between mouse, keyboard, and joystick cannot track small, tiny pixelated things that are moving very quickly.
This is where I have nothing against people using mouse and keyboard. Use the peripheral that you enjoy, but there is no way that you can say a joystick can keep up with mouse's advanced kind of system compared to what you have on joysticks. Now it's down to, say, somebody like me, my own choice to use joysticks, right? But we had this years ago where joysticks shat on mouse then got made right, and now it's where mouse shits on joystick. And this is something where if we are going to have multiple peripherals, it needs to be where there's not so much of the cheese mechanics that you can do in the game. I'm all up or all for mouse being able to beam on target. That's cool with me, right? I'm down for that shit. But the cheesiness that you have in this game where you can manipulate pips by doing, if you see like Aiko streaming, he has the ability to manipulate movement down to a fine art where you will struggle to aim on the pip. Not just maneuver around him or get out of his aim, but to actually land some shots on him. He has the ability to force you into doing other things. And he claims he doesn't have the best of aim. So it's literally like martial arts where he is using your weight, using your attacks to deflect it. And I'm up for this kind of gameplay to a certain degree because we have defense in general fighters and that kind of stuff. The problem is, again, we boil back to the pip system, the wiggling basically. So basically you can do things where you shift, you trichord. Trichord gives you insane agility, insane speeds to disengage, get around people and stuff. It's a fine art on that one. But you also have the ability to where, like, say somebody's aiming on your pip, it goes like this. It goes like this. And you can't aim on it with a joystick. You would never be able to aim on it with gamepad either. And it's really very... The easiest way to describe it is that keyboard and mouse has the ability to do this because you could technically make macros for certain things, and I don't think the game is going to be able to pick up on it as easy as you would with joystick movement. Not to say that people don't try.
It just doesn't happen.
But
like joystick, as a nature of its system,
this is a big thing for the game. Not generally for joystick users to actually be able to play the game in this sort of competitive level, but more the cheese of Star Citizen has to go. It has to go. I'm all up for everyone using whatever peripheral they use, but there should not be ways to manipulate the pip in flight. There should not be ways to trichord and gain these 22 Gs here. There should not be these things. Make it where everything works. And if you've got a killer mouse aim, you beam the shit out of somebody. If you have a killer joystick aim, you beam the shit out of somebody. But there should not be a way to make it where you are literally this unshootable target, especially when there's so bad hit reg in the game already. This is where I would always campaign to get this kind of stuff taken out. and tricording, over Gs by like 22 Gs, and pip wiggling. These are the fundamental things that need to be killed from this game. You know? Because you are doing things that I don't think the game was ever designed to do. Then, if you're amazing at keyboard and mouse, you're amazing at that. If you're joystick, you're amazing at that. But again, tricording, the fact that 22 Gs sometimes just doesn't do shit to the character, and I think Gs should definitely be a skill check. You know, if you're wanting to push into the Gundam speeds, as I call it, there should be a punishment if you go too far. And most of the times, I'm able to pull like 22 Gs in a certain movement, and my character is just having a fucking bacon roll in the back of it. And then there's the pip wiggling. And that's mainly down to the fact that you have the ability to sort of quickly shift movement, and the game doesn't understand what the hell you're doing. It's not the player's fault. Players are always going to use cheese to their advantage. You could call it like the same in Dota, League of Legends, Call of Duty, anything like that. If there is a way to get an advantage on a player, everyone is always going to use it. I have no problem with people using that mentality. It's down to the developer then to try and sort it out. And these are the three things that I would love to see eradicated from the game. And then make movement fun, make dogfighting fun. Take away this nonsense of sphere fighting, which I know would be very difficult in Star Citizen, but again, there are other games that do it really well, which is like Elite Dangerous, where sphere fighting, your ship starts to, basically it does like the expanse kind of movement, you know what I mean? Decouple in Star Citizen should be like how it is in what's it called? Elite Dangerous, where the moment you take the safeties off, the ship does the craziest thing, but you need to be so fucking good at managing your speeds, like way above what people are doing in Star Citizen just now. It's insane. If anyone plays Elite Dangerous, the moment you take that flight safety off, it's like you are in a completely different ship. And there's not that much difference in between Star Citizen couple and decouple. It's a little bit more movement. You can achieve higher Gs. You drift a bit more. But it's not where you're completely out of control of the ship. You know what I mean? These things I would love to see, you know? Again, I want to see a more skillful based game and not so much where you can, the hit reg being a big issue, where if you stay at certain ranges, you seem to become invincible. When you get above somebody, it's like you're getting pulled around somehow, where it's very difficult to get out of this sort of defense thing. Obviously, if you master it, it's a different thing. But the moment you're moving around, you know, these are the things that I would love to see out of Star Citizen. And then the pips. I generally don't like the pip system.
Is not designed to pixel point like an aim device, which is like a mouse, right? So there are lots of solutions to fix this issue, but this is one of the big issues because it harms the gameplay of the game. It makes it feel frustrating. It's not an enjoyable experience, and this is coming from my own personal experience, but I've spoken to a lot of rookies and a lot of new people getting into the game.
Yeah, I would say the thing, I never rate myself as a top end dogfighting pilot 1v1. I'm very, very good in the PU at strategizing in certain scenarios and stuff like that, but I never rate myself as like top tier fucking PvPer, because generally for the past like 3 or 4 years the game has been in such a bad state that I just have no interest in improving on thy skill, you know what I mean? And this is something that I've been saying whilst doing Arena Commando. It's very, very, very frustrating, and I'm going to put myself as average, just slightly above average in Arena Commander, where I know how to move the ship, but obviously I am not at the level where I've been spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And this is where it's very frustrating for anyone who comes into Star Citizen and wants to get into this point, that they literally cannot
it really leaves them with a sour taste in their mouth.
improve on their skill.
It's just not healthy.
Because it's so difficult to work out how the fuck people are doing it.
Now, this is an issue that's specifically to smaller fighters like the Arrow and some of the other small things. You really don't see a lot of wobble with large vessels like the Harbinger and the Hurricane and all that stuff.
Especially when you see, remember it was like a couple of days ago, I'm in Arena Commander, and that person definitely used a lag switch to disengage. Because they were steady movement, all that shit. They lost their fight to me and they went boom, boom, boom. Free teleports in a direction. Now, normally it's just a quick jump and stuff like that, or it's a flick back and stuff. But this was a literally 1, 2, 3 kilometers away, and then it smoothened out as they came back in, and then they killed me. That's the kind of shit that's going on just now. Now, it's not all the time, don't get me wrong. But there is a lot of fucking weird shit at times where people are doing things. Fighter
has a lot to do with it. You could cut accelerations down on the Arrow, and it would still be able to outmaneuver at different ranges compared to some of the heavier fighters, even though it's, you know, it should have higher accelerations. But the truth is, small ships equal...
The learning curve must be on AC. There's not a learning curve in Arena Commander. You go in and you are faced with people who have got months and months and months of practice on top of you, right? You can't go in, you know, and be like, this is right. This is not right. You're versing people who have months and months and months on you, and there's nothing you can do. You get absolutely shat on because the ranking system in this game is dreadful. The leaderboard system in this game is dreadful. It's laughable, actually, how bad it is. Yeah, but for a new player coming in, right, that is not a fun experience. This is a video game, not a fucking esports ready, you know, game that's been out for years. This is a developing game where people are coming in and they're trying to learn how to play the game, you know? How good are the G-Forces model in SE? Dreadful. Dreadful.
Who would have thought, right? But there is a way to fix this.
Absolutely dreadful. You sometimes you go in a flat spin at 9Gs and you black out, and then there's sometimes you can hold a 22G for 15-20 seconds and nothing happens to you, devs. It's all shit.
There is a way to kind of give a little more parity and balance to this, and it's in the form of some gunnery updates that I want to talk about in part 2 here. But I just want to clarify the issue that wobbling and the instant translation between different vectors in a very quick succession in a very fast amount of time, faster, and it's all relative, right? Like, you understand all these issues are relative, which I'm sure you guys know working on the game, right? But if the ship moves faster than the ability for the ship that it's fighting to turn its nose and track it, then what you have is you always have the kind of chase issue where the ship is always moving faster than, like, its translation is always moving faster than the nose of the
this
enemy
is
ship
one
can translate onto.
When we had 264, we didn't have these issues because you could literally dogfight properly by breaking spheres and moving into different areas and stuff like that. I've been playing for 6 years religiously, but I just started working on my PvP. Yeah, exactly, Chief. Exactly. It's not a fun experience because you're literally up against people that sit in Arena Commander for months on end because that's all they can do.
And this is compounded.
It's funny though, it's the same people who sit in Arena Commander and then they come and fight you in the PU and they get their asses handed to them because they don't know what, like, atmosphere flying is and stuff like that.
By the
I can understand it being very frustrating.
Like, for example, joystick, when it comes to being able to chase, right? So
hey, Gallifrey,
can the arrow track some of, like, a hostile arrow's movements? Sure. It's a lot easier with mouse and keyboard, but if you've ever picked up a joystick, it is immensely difficult to track a very small target that's translating very, very, very quick.
Also, I would have to say with this, I don't think joystick ESP is actually working very well just now. You know what I mean? That could also be another factor into it.
And there's lots of
ESP is pretty scuffed where you've got to do weird settings, you know what I mean? Like, the default setting is what, 9 or 8 in the sphere, and then it's 1.10. And I've been playing around with it, and the sphere is so fucked right now.
I just don't feel like it's healthy for the game. It just doesn't feel like a fun experience.
No, it's not a fun experience.
To make a game that people enjoy,
you've literally lost people like Nerd Tell. A lot of PvPers have left the game because it's not a fun experience. It's just all cheese. There is very, very, very little skill in Star Citizen, and if anyone comes in here and fucking says differently, you are just talking out your arses. There is no skill when you can cheese a game. Sorry, there is.
Is the number one thing that we're trying to do here, right? It's not just to make a game that's relatively balanced.
And if you're forced to actually use cheese to win fights,
people signed up for Wobble
that's a bad game design.
I'm sure they signed up for something more like Star Wars, like we all.
I'm skillfully bad.
When we were kids, right? And so I guess that's the intent, right? But in my opinion, this is an issue, and hopefully it'll get solved. But let's talk a little bit about speed, and then we'll get into the solutions part, which is part 2, which I'm sure you're very excited to take a look at, right? So thank you for bearing with me here, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified what things are being talked about.
Most of the things Avengers talked about, we already know.
We talked about, because speed goes into a lot of other things. Now, right now, we have our full combat speeds unlocked, right? We have an entire throttle, all 1100, 1200, 1300 meter per second.
You know that when we first got the game, this is something that's always interested me. When we first got the dogfighting module, before it was called Arena Commander, we only did like 300 meters a second in that game mode. And it felt, no joke, like double. Like, say when you're doing 1,000 meters a second in Star Citizen right now, when we were doing 300, 400, it felt double the speed of what we have just now. It generally feels like they've toned down the visuals of speed in Star Citizen for whatever reason. And it's mental, man. It really is the craziest thing to see.
Accessible to us with no repercussion on buildup of heat, signature, or detrimental effects on the fighter. You can go from top speed to no speed, and there's no difference. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
I understand that the game is in development, but we need to clarify here.
After this amount of years, you would think they would have some of these systems fucking sorted.
If speeds are going to stay this high, which Yogi, I'm sure, talked about already, saying that, we're going to bring speeds down, and this is
they need to bring speeds down.
You got to be careful, because you can't bring speeds down too much, because if they come down too much, now you've got the same problem. It's just magnified, right? Because again, it's all relative, right? So the balance and the relationship between the translation of the fighter and the turn rates and its overall top speed have to all be in sync. Now, what do I mean by that? So I think the issue right now is, because we have such ludicrously high speeds, people are getting into these issues where, unless you've got really wicked throttle control, it's very, very, very difficult to kind of stay together, right? Which, again, I'm all for a skill-based game. I really am, and I really like it being more.
This feels very much like footage from like 3.16, where desync is off,
because it's one thing to just be a great, pixel shooter, but I think a lot of us signed up for a flight experience as well as a kind of a shooter.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So speeds being super, super high, I think, is an issue, because also the game at really high speeds, the hit detection and just some of the nature of the game, it kind of falls apart a little bit at really high speeds. And I think for the future of the game and for server meshing and all that stuff, typically bringing down the combat speeds, assuming we're going to keep relatively the same balance and tuning with the ships relative right now, assuming 600 to 700 is a relatively good spot to go, because that way we have a little bit of distance play. We can still kind of get ourselves.
This is where I massively disagree with this, because we are flying around at speeds where we're doing double in modern day right now. You know what I mean? And personally, I feel they just need to sort out whatever is having the issue. You can slow the speeds down, sure, you know what I mean, but it's kind of like, oh look, we're 900 years in the future, we're flying around in space, we're dogfighting, we're going into atmosphere, but our ships can only do Mach 1, you know? It's like, right? Whilst in games like Elite Dangerous, you know, they got that shit sorted out.
Themselves out of sticky situations.
It just feels like,
most of the time,
instead of
because you
slowing
don't wanna
everything
get to a
down,
place
try
where
and
the
make
speeds
the
are
things
so
that
low
don't work
where it
better,
becomes,
you know?
you close to within a certain distance and there's absolutely no way to
Like the
avoid
capacitor
damage,
system.
or sorry, to avoid damage, because
The hit reg,
it's just
the
good luck,
pips,
you're
you know,
just
all
moving
these
so
things.
slow,
Instead
right?
of being
Okay,
like, all right,
so
let's just slow
we talked
everything
about speeds,
right
we
down,
talked about
and that
gunnery,
will fix
we
all
talked
the
about
issues
the
that we have
wobbling,
just now. Why not
and of
just
course,
try
we
and
talked
fix the
about
issues?
the big issue, which is turn rates and just basic combat gameplay, right? Now comes the fun part. Now comes the talk about solutions to some of these problems, and also if they're going to change the speeds, some things to consider, and just some basic feedback. If you made it this far, thanks for following, and also let's get right into it. Part 2. Part 2, solutions. Now, understand that these solutions are my own opinion based in the experience I've had with the game, and also I'm going to use these visual aids to kind of help express my idea. Now, personally for me, I find that what we have currently right now in 3.17.1 is actually really good. The tuning and flight balance for some fighters is in a pretty good place. The Gladius and the Arrow are pretty spot on. The Arrow being the exception just because the maneuverability profile of the Arrow is so fast that because of its instant ability to move from one side to the other on its side strafe and whatnot, I feel like the Arrow could probably do with a little more jerk profile to make it a little more weighty, because the truth is, having a ship like the Arrow that's this fast and maneuverable, unfortunately it does take...
Again, I don't think we need to do this. I don't know why we just don't make G's actually do something in the game. This is one of the easiest solutions to fix flight right now, is make G locking a skill check, because we don't have it right now. We used to have it. We used to have it where you would fear the G's. Going too fast, too maneuverable, too wiggly, you would G-lock yourself up and you would die because of it. Then CIG, for whatever reason, decided to make it where you are pushing the most insane G's, where the human body just can't do it, no matter how far into the future you go. You know what I mean? Like, it's... Just bring back G's. Make it where the moment you start pressurizing at 9 G's, you're starting to black out. The moment that you hit 22, you're going for a fucking nap. Not just for a few seconds, you're going for a nap. And you die. This would fix tricording. This would fix high maneuvering left and right and creating G pockets and stuff like that.
Take away from the game a little bit. And
you're just built different. 20G is no biggie. I know, it's...
Also, increasing main thruster power on all fighters, including light fighters, medium fighters, heavy fighters, is, I think, the kind of way to go.
Yeah,
it creates
exactly.
This asymmetric kind.
It needs to be where the main thruster on a fighter allows you to shift into angles better. This whole keeping nose-to-nose combat or into the sphere fight is not healthy for a dog fighting video game. It's not basically your FPS shooter, because as I said with Jice, it's FPS shooting right now. This is what you're doing in Star Citizen. You got your gun and you're going ooh, and you're dodging the rounds, your AD ups and all that shit. If you had more thrust, you go from this into positional fighting, where the other pilot has to push away and come around again. And then people are like, oh, well, you're just going to have jousting. Well, jousting is a valid tactical combat routine that you do. You joust to then get around on your target, you know? The problem when people complain about jousting is the person where they're like, way, let's hold W, E, and they go this direction and they come around and they're like, oh, I'm sick and tired of jousters. That's just somebody that doesn't know how to let go of W, you know?
Gameplay, where the person pushing to close distance is going to have that.
But a lot of people joust.
Push,
you see top pilots jousting
you
each
get
other.
into these fights, and each person blows right past each other, and it's really unfortunate, you know, because each person's trying to stay close, but because their main thruster acceleration is a little bit weak right now, and we have overall top speeds being really, really high, that compounds the issue. Now, if we drop overall top speeds to around 600, 700.
Let's keep it 700, because to be honest, I think my sanity would go nuts if we're under 600. I'd be like, holy shit, we can't even push Mach 2.
Play-in becomes essentially half the size, which means fighters are going to get closer no matter what. And if we increase a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit on main thrust, then it allows people to actually stay close, and you get into these interesting kind of rate battles and position.
They need to make reverse thrusters half the power of forward thrusters, right? Your main thrusters to push you need to be at least double of what it is to slow you down. Because there's a lot of the time where people are just literally coming into combat, they go into a merge, and then suddenly, as you're pushing forward and your thrusters are not very good, somebody's just going tra la 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 la. You know what I mean? This shouldn't be the case for combat.
Kind of gameplay, right? But I think the big thing is making it based a little bit more on position and distance rather than who can make the most small jittery movements in a tight space, right? And that also leads into some other suggestions I have when it comes to gunnery, because the gunnery being so accurate and the nature of how gunnery works right now is also, in my opinion, kind of what's holding some of the gameplay back, right? You know, in a perfect world, we might even get to a point where we don't need ESP and whatnot, but that might be...
That would be amazing, to be honest.
Right now.
That would be amazing.
Take a look at this here. Currently in 3.17.1, this is the kind of pip solution that we're getting, right? Now, when we throw fixed assist into this, we can see that it's kind of creating this artificial, I guess you could say, buffer zone, right? Where you're allowing a slight bit of inaccuracy based on the shot position. But what ends up happening is because the weapons are so accurate,
welcome in, guys.
And because the pip solution, again, isn't always the right solution, we end up kind of bending the bullets in the wrong direction at the wrong ranges,
exactly, Chief,
which causes immense levels of frustration and also just bad gameplay. So here's my suggestion. Maybe instead of fixed assist, we tune the weapons so that they're shooting at more of a cone of fire with a higher fire rate rather than something you'd see with a kind of standard kind of
That would actually be pretty cool.
Accurate. You can have super accurate guns, but I feel like for dogfighting purposes, this would allow us to have a different kind of gameplay.
This would actually be quite realistic as well.
Better. Now, ballistics kind of fall into this zone already, like something like the Mantis and the Scorpions and stuff like that.
One, yeah.
So at long ranges or anything outside of the quote-unquote effective range really isn't taking too much damage.
So if anyone's not picking up what Avenger 1 is talking about, instead of having beam shots, this is more realistic, where the repeaters are basically like if you're holding a rifle and you squeeze off a few rounds, you can tighten down the accuracy of the weapon. But when you're this sort of happens, where even the best people with rifles will literally start having like a sway motion, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? There's no way you can hold all that shit. And this is what's happening, is basically it's making sort of like a scattering effect of rounds instead of fucking pinpoint shit that doesn't work.
Large target. So this picture
especially
here
at
kind of
speeds and
illustrates that
stuff.
point. Now what we're seeing is
there seems to be more scatter built into the new AD repeaters.
And if
it
you're
does
within
feel like that,
500
yeah.
meters,
But that's because they only travel at 700 meters a second.
Small enough that it's going to encompass the enemy ship, but shooting for like specific parts of the ship, you know, you might not get super accuracy. Perhaps, maybe, that's what cannons would be used for. If you'd like super accurate pinpoint shot accuracy,
I would actually love to see.
Maybe cannons can fill this role, because that would allow them to have a unique position in a dogfight, at the same time still be something interesting to use against a heavier ship because of the penetration on armor values and its overall alpha DPS.
That would work.
cone fire, in my opinion, is probably where the game should go if you're going to get a really exciting kind of dogfight feel, because it's going to keep trigger discipline at an absolute maximum, which is a good skill based check, and also it's going to allow the inaccuracies of people considered to quote unquote wobble, or people that are making those super tiny maneuvers, to make more deliberate, more thought out maneuvers, and rely less on the jitteriness of a ship and rely more on their position.
What he's talking about is taking away the cheese
energy state of the fight
of the game,
which I think personally for me would be a really exciting way to go, because it would also bring a little bit of parity between joysticks and mouse, because you wouldn't need to be hyper pixel accurate. You could have a little bit of adjustment, and that comes from really high fire rate. And
that means people that are maybe not from an FPS background will have a better time in Star Citizen as well. People who are just starting off with joysticks won't feel like they're unable to aim and stuff like that. That would be really, really cool. As long as the guns are not annoyingly inaccurate at close range. No, well, if you look here, it's a 500 meter circle. He's talking about Panda. You know what I mean? So, further range, it's going to be less accurate. You know what I mean? And this is when we go into the stage where they're slowing us down anyway. So when somebody is at 500 meters, it would be technically like if somebody is 1,000 off you in the current build, something like that. You know what I mean? If they half it down or whatever, depending on speeds and stuff. This is just an example, Fuck it, just send us all into space with pools of noodles and let us do it.
Spray out weapon so that you actually have the applied damage coming in. And you can't, you should be able to make the projectile.
So if this is a thing, how could we be able to handle the disengage? Just asking. What if they slow speeds down? Because the moment that you disengage, right, the weapon accuracy would be off. So people still have the ability to disengage. The difference is with what he has been talking about. The shooting spread is the moment that somebody goes at a different range, you're inaccurate. You have to remember, he's talking about this is all information from them slowing combat down. So right now, say for example, an arrow moves at 1,000 meters a second. This is an example. It moves a little bit faster, but I'm going to use 1,000 as a main thing. He's talking about halving the speeds down. So this 500 meter shooting is technically like what you're shooting at 1,000 meters just now. You know what I mean? If you're following along with that. I second the pool noodle motion. How you doing, Federal Running? Greg, good afternoon to you guys. Welcome in. To be honest, I just want the 2.6 speeds back. Panda, we all want that, dude. But I don't think we're ever going to see that, if you know what I mean. We all want the actual amazing combat we used to have, and anything, for me, like I said, anything that takes away the free cheese, which is tricording to do insane G speeds that you can't do unless you master tricording, the hitbox detection, which is just shit, which is like throwing off with the wiggle, and then the fact that G's don't do anything. I personally don't care about the speeds, because desync has helped massively. All we have to do is just have it where ships have the ability to push faster. You know what I mean? That's what I would love to see. Being able to push faster, G's actually mean something in the game. Because, let's face it, you're never going to get your 2.6 flight model back. Because that was with JP. JP's no longer part of the program. You've got different developers wanting to do different things. That's cool beans. But they just have to take away the cheese that you have in it just now, which is, again, the super high G speeds that only a few people will master at the right time. It's very, very difficult to pull it off and actually be able to aim, because it does have a negative to it. The fact that Gs don't really do anything, the fact that you can wiggle your pip, and then, obviously, ships do not have the push effect to actually engage into an actual fight. And when somebody disengages, you have no way of actually capitalizing on it. So if they slow speeds down and they do what Avenger 1 is kind of like talking about, it will make it a lot better for everyone,
bullets at
but it
someone, you're
also
shooting
still brings in
basketballs,
a
right?
huge
Not
skill
saying
level
that you're actually going to shoot
at,
basketballs.
at different ways. And he talks about where you can bring in cannons and stuff like that. We all know that the combat in Star Citizen is good to a certain degree, but like in any video game, the cheaty kind of stuff that you will see, because people use it, has to be just toned down to where, you know what I mean? When you come into a game, you don't want to verse somebody that literally isn't outplaying you because of skill. They're outplaying you because they know the cheat kind of shit in the video game. And that's all I'm saying, you know? Yeah, pip wiggle is still a thing. Yeah, you can massively throw it off right now. Macro, anything like that. You know what I mean? It's a big thing. It is. It's been in the game for a long time now. And it's why, like, again, I go back to myself at like 2728, 3738. This was about the last time that I really actually put any time into PvP, because it's just slowly getting worse and worse and worse, where it's just not enjoyable. And then I can't imagine what it would be like for a brand new player coming into the game, you know?
Balls, but you're shooting a physically larger projectile, and this is going to help kind of saturate that zone, so you don't.
Game has to be fun for all players.
Super pixel accurate. When it comes to overall top speeds and the wobble issue, a lot of this can be dampened out by the gunnery changes I'm talking about, right? Whether fixed assist needs a little bit more love, or they get the relative distances between fighters close enough that staying at high range and, you know, just staying outside of somebody's cone of fire and that kind of kitey gameplay is perhaps a thing of the past, or at least give us the option to turn off fixed assist so that if you want to stay at longer ranges, or you've got someone who is trying to kite you, that you have some kind of
that'd be kind of cool, actually,
to mitigate that and to correct for those kind of inaccuracies in the pip deflection. So that pretty much wraps up some of the basics here, but I want to leave you guys off with an idea that I've been kind of sitting on, and I think if I kind of express it and show it visually, then maybe maybe you guys will kind of understand where I'm coming from, right? Ultimately, I want the best experience for Star Citizen that we can have, and I know you guys are hard at work trying your best to not only live up to the directions that Mr. Roberts probably has put on you guys, but also live up to your own expectations, what this game should be, right? And I kind of wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about heat, build up, and signature.
Yeah, this is actually something
right
that
now
would be
in 317, the missile system
thing
that we have is truly a placeholder, and I understand that, right? But moving forward, there's going to be a signature system that needs to be dealt with, because this is going to tie into everything when it comes to stealth, everything when it comes to missile gameplay and whatnot. And currently right now, whether it's the server ticks or some other issues, but missiles need some love, and although the new targeting system and the cone fire and the disallowing of gunnery while you're in a missile mode is, in my opinion, a step in the right direction.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's the actual missiles themselves and the way the counterplay is working that, in my opinion, needs maybe some thought put into it. Not to say that there wasn't thought put into it, but there needs to be something done.
Before he actually goes into it, right? The biggest issues I'm going to say with missiles, before he speaks, and let's see if it matches, is the fact that you can break somebody's lock by flaring. That's a big thing. The second thing is that the movement of missiles, I feel, needs to be at a point where the first strike, the first pass of a missile needs to be deadly, and then there is no follow-up in this game. You use counters to try and throw the entity off your scent, and then you have to use maneuvering to get it off you. But if you counter with the maneuver, there is no fallback to it. There is no missile coming around and having another fucking go at you. You know what I mean? This would be where you could have the kind of DCS world kind of gameplay where missiles are very, very, very deadly, but if you learn a skill check to learn when to deploy the counters at a right time and not use them just to break lock, and you actually maybe notch or dodge depending on what's coming at you at the speed it's coming at you, then that's where the survivability comes in. Because right now it's really, really easy to throw off, I want to say 90% of missiles, you know? As long as the missiles are not Fox Freeze. Well, again, yeah. We pretty much, to be honest, all the missiles are Fox free right now, Panda. We don't have Fox 1s or 2s. You know what I mean? SIG really needs to make weapons have different stats depending on the ship they are mounted on. Yeah, exactly. I feel that. Like, for example, I feel that the moment you put a weapon on a turret, it gets double the range and it gets double the accuracy, personally. That's how I feel about it. Or CIG stop doing this nonsense and just design a weapon that goes on turrets. You know what I mean? And they could have ranges of it. You know, a turret weapon. Instead of you putting whatever the fuck you want on it, you just have it where it's designed to defend you. You know, a flak version or a fucking ballistic version or something like that. You know what I mean? Just spitballing. But turrets are a bit of a joke right now, to be honest. Like, they're so easy to counter at times.
Kind of give you guys an idea that I've been sitting on here, and let me know what you guys think. Also, if you guys have any ideas in the comments or you'd like to criticize the idea, feel free, join the discussion, because like Yogi said, right, we're making this game with you, not in a vacuum. So this picture dictates or illustrates the kind of idea I'm thinking about when it comes to missiles. As it stands right now, if you flare, whether you flare at 20 kilometers or you flare at 500 meters, the missile will either get spoofed the second you fire the decoys, or the missile will proceed to hit you. And that is largely due to either the signature of your ship and also the strength of the missile, right? Whether it's an EM, cross-section, or IR missile. So I was thinking, perhaps in the future, an IR system or some kind of signature system should be associated to the heat buildup of your fighter.
I know where he's going to go with this, and I agree with this as well. When you afterburner, your heat doesn't go up at all. Has anyone ever noticed that? When you're afterburning around, your heat doesn't go up a fucking bit. You're a giant candle flying around. And an IR missile goes, "Who's that? Who's that over there? It's nobody. I don't need to bother." It's so bonkers, you know? You got people fucking going crazy and doing the worst thing. But you fire an IR missile, and in atmosphere it's good because they're hard to kind of dodge. Hey, Kinka. Bosan, welcome in, guys. Hope you're having a good weekend. And then it's like, yeah, it just doesn't do anything. Cross-section is also useless.
For example, if you're firing heavy on the guns, and you're not getting many kills, and you're just dropping mag after mag after mag.
Yeah,
you're boosting for long periods of time. You know, you're creating a lot of heat buildup on your arrow or whatever fighter you're flying, but in this case, it's an arrow. You're saturating your ship with so much heat that perhaps it's more heat than your coolers can actually cool yourself down, and it gets to a point where your signature is so hot that even if you flare quite a few flares, you might not actually be able to pull a missile.
Yeah, we don't have this in the game at all.
So, this goes into missile gameplay, right? I think it would be a really great experience to have something similar to what we had with Star Wars Squadrons when it comes to missile gameplay. You don't have to make missiles super crazy fast. You just need to make them a little bit faster than somebody who's, let's say, I don't know, an SCM speed, unless they're flying straight. Now, what we're trying to do here is create what's called...
I don't agree with that one bit. A missile is a precision system. It needs to be double, triple the speed of the fastest fighter in this game. You know what I mean? An SCM speed missile makes no sense. If I get up to 80 miles per hour, this missile's never catching me. It's like that. The missile's like, woo! And you're like, dude, flux capacitor away. You know what I mean? No, that makes no sense. Avenger 1, sorry. It needs to be literally triple the speed of any fighter in this game. It needs to be a skill check where you have to get out of a situation, not overheat, not over EM. Don't hard turn and produce huge pockets of, you know, heat and stuff like that. And no. A missile, when it deployed, needs to travel like 40 kilometers and not be going do. Well, I have enough flight time. And then somebody's just like, all right, the missile's coming, boys. It's 20 kilometers away. I can get up to 800 meters a second in 2 seconds. It's only traveling at 800 meters a second. I can do this. And everyone's like, cool. It's now 10 kilometers. Boom, we're off. And the missile's just like, what do I do at this stage? You know what I mean? It's flying really, really slow. Back and forth. It's like a fucking clock. Doot, doot, doot. It's coming. It's coming, Greg. Don't worry. I have 30 minutes before it'll arrive. No.
Skill check.
No.
Right? If a missile is fired, okay, and the missile is flared too soon, it's going to result in a death. If obviously you flare too late or don't flare at all, there's a good chance the missile is going to scream right in towards you. So it's a timing challenge, essentially.
Yeah, but then we need flare burst. Right, and this is something that I've argued with Yogi many times. That the flare systems in Star Citizen are shit. Okay, because when you flare in a modern day fighter, it produces multiple flares per canister. So we're dropping one flare. Burp, burp, burp. It's not, it should be to create invisibility to missiles. You know what I mean? One little flare going off and it's so unathletic. It needs to be where when you merge in, you're fucking spewing out canisters. Now, they don't need to up the amount. They need to make it where the canister or the single flare system, the single countermeasure system deploys 5 mini flares, right? To produce areas of heat effect and stuff like that.
So first of all, you need to know where the missile's being
so
fired
pointless.
From. So that takes situational awareness. You need to look around. You need to find, okay, where is the missile coming at me from? What's the angle, right?
Well, a radar would actually help in that situation.
You know, let's say the angle is
we really need a better radar.
He's chasing you outside of a dogfight. You're trying to disengage, and you're now above SCM speeds. Whether you're in a new form of
here we go.
Like old cruise control mode, or you're just quote unquote above SCM speeds. Heat buildup should become a lot faster, and a lot like movements at really high speed should build up tremendous amounts of heat.
Yes.
So the more you're fighting at top speed, the more you're moving around doing things, the harder your coolers have to work.
Yes.
And also, if you're firing your guns and fighting at that speed above SCM, you know, you're going to be burning really hot. You know, you're going to be, the missiles are going to love you.
But then if you're above SEM, Avenger 1, you said the missiles only do SEM speed. So which is it? Because I agree with you should build up more heat, which makes it more dangerous for you to fly and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if you've got a missile that only does 800 meters a second and your fucking arrow does 900, it's a bit of just like, nah, there's a missile behind me. I don't really care right now. I'll just wait for it to time out, you know? So I still maintain that I'm agreeing with him for building up heat, making it harder to react, all these kind of things. There needs to be a skill check for missiles and counterplay. But a missile needs to be a clapping mechanic. It should be you're disengaging for the fight, you're flying away super, super fast, and you are like a light bulb flying through the sky, and that missile should be the final or pre-firing in a fight where basically you're coming in 5 arrows versus 5 arrows, and it's that fucking, you know, we'll deploy missile target to literally try and take out as many fighters as we can. Missiles need to be scary in this game. But it also should not be an I just press a button to fucking win like we used to have. It needs to be a proper missile locking system, not just putting a fucking cone on and it just goes round a thing. It needs to be where you hold the tone. Hold the tone. Going a bit more back, like not as advanced as we have it in modern day, because that's where it just gets insane, you know?
Right. And so I think this is what needs to happen. Now, to gain a successful dodge, 3 things need to happen. 1, you need to know where the missile's coming from. So you need to create the angle. As you can see here, this angle that was pulled on this incoming missile is around that 90-degree angle, right? And the flares have been released, which are also going to give the missile.
Why do the flares look like fucking shurikens? Fucking
a harder time to track.
ninja dart it as it's chasing us
at the right time when the missile is within that last, within the last 500, 800 meters, right? So the missile has gone to tracking mode. So it's a timing challenge, right? So the missile's coming up, and we already have a cone system, so we kind of know where
the missile goes through, and it's like, ow, I can't move very fast anymore. I agree with this whole diagram.
And so we have to be careful not to flare too soon. The missile, beep, 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 beep. There's tone. Okay, the missile's
exactly
within 800.
Space 99.
Flare,
but you can
flare,
make it
flare.
very basic.
I know where the
fun.
missile's coming from. I'm going to pull up hard. I'm going to boost, and the missile's going to zip right past me. If those 3 things are in play, the missile can be dodged. And what CIG needs to be careful of is, you'll notice there's a cone of sight on the missile. And regardless of whether we have current missiles in today's world that have 360-degree tracking, again, we're trying to make a game that's exciting.
Exactly. This is where a game, I agree with. It needs to be a game, it needs to be fun, it needs to have a skill check, but it doesn't be like...
For those of you who don't know,
like you're firing a Phoenix missile off an F-14, you know what I mean? From 50, 100 miles away and fucking obliterating it before it even knows what the hell's going on. This is not modern day warfare. This is not nations versus nations or planets versus planets in real life or whatever you want to put it down to. This is a video game, and you should not be a high-skilled pilot to deal with this thing. And we go into the point where this is where the skill check to a light fighter needs to be, or a fighter in general, dodging the missile. But for bigger ships, they need to be able to blanket, not just 48 fucking single flares of uselessness. A freelancer needs to go and fucking bucket load to prevent missiles from hitting it. And the missiles actually be a threat to it, you know what I mean? Because it's never going to be able to notch or dodge out of like long range missiles or fast inputting missiles and stuff like that. But like the Hercules, all bigger ships need to be able to dump countermeasures. They have to. You would not be flying around in a fucking Connie going, flare, flare, flare. Flare. Oh god. There's too many missiles coming after me. Flare. 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 It would be fucking creating this huge area of heat to try and get the fuck out the way before people close in on you. Not just countermeasure, countermeasure. Why is it not working, Jim? Because Yogi designed our countermeasure system where we're firing out cans of fucking Coke hoping for the fucking best, you know? So it definitely needs to be where bigger ships going past like the Cutlass, Freelancer, all these things have way more counters to actually eject out of them. Or each canister is balanced around a ship size where a fighter deploys 3 mini canisters per canister. Or 3 flares per canister. And then a Freelancer or Cutlass deploys 6 flares per canister. That would make sense, you know? Then you jerry-rig flare launchers all over that thing realistically. Again, it gets to the point where, you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why, like, C-130s literally are called the Angel Wings when they deploy flares. Because they have to dump a huge amount of countermeasures to have any effect. You know what I mean? And when you've got that fucking Coke can flying out of a Freelancer, it's just like... oh well, here comes fucking 20 missiles towards us. This'll be fun. And it's like, splat, you know?
I apologize. Either way, having a tracking cone on the missile so that it doesn't immediately turn around 360 degrees and retract,
Yeah,
I think is a good idea.
this is one
Because
thing that I would agree on. I like how, like, when a missile passes you, it goes out, but there are times where it still goes past you and it goes, wait a minute, something doesn't smell right here, and does this, and goes, aha, there you fucking are. And it flies past you. Sometimes it does what it's meant to do, where it sweeps out, trying to get around the track, but there are times where it flies past you, and you see it when, say for example, you're a wing, you're backing up somebody who's the primary target, you see the missile fly past them, and instead of it going in a sweeping motion, it does just literally stop and go, whoa, let's go, fucking back, here we go. And then you get there where they spin around people sometimes. They go crazy, you know? Yeah, like a missile in Bugs Bunny Roadrunner cartoons, exactly. So there are times where missiles don't behave like what they're meant to do. They do weird shit. And it's not so much, I think, the design of the missile. I think it's maybe the way the missile translates to the server to the client, where instead of it going into what it's meant to do, which is the sweep around, it decides to, whoa, let's fucking go back in here and start spinning around you, hoping for the best. And you do see it quite a lot, you know?
That's fine. The missile misses and it sails off, either detonates after its fuel is gone, or perhaps detonates once it starts.
I think missiles should just be really, really deadly on the first pass, and then they pop. They don't come back for seconds. That's, I think, how the missile should be. It doesn't come back for seconds. It's got to be a first-time strike, and that would be actually really, really good. I think would be
significantly better, because this would give a role for missile boats in a fleet. Because anybody who's trying to disengage is trying to get out of the furball, trying to get out of the dogfight, is going to receive missile pressure, and they've got to be very careful.
Yeah.
If they built up a lot of heat and they're trying to disengage, and you've got a lot of angry missiles.
Whilst he's talking about heat, this is something else that I would love to see in the game. You are in an arrow. You're up against a sentinel, and you're in a dogfight, okay, or a nose-to-nose fight, whatever you want to call it. If one of your friends starts pelting missiles at the arrow, it should hit the sentinel. Because the sentinel should have way more heat than the arrow, way more EM than the arrow, way more cross-section. So you get into the situation where you are in, say you're in a freelancer miss, and you got your fucking boop, 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 boop. There we go, there's the target, there's the arrow, boom, 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 and the sentinel pilot that's in your wing is like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? No! And it just gets absolutely obliterated because the missiles are like, oh boy, that's a big boy. That's a big boy. We're coming in. You know what I mean? And then this would prevent the spammage from missiles from third party, because they would start fucking clapping people that they weren't meant to go for, you know? And you could then get it into the part where smaller ships can hide their signature against missile gameplay from bigger ships, you know? Let me go here. What was this one for? Can I post the link? Sure. Let me see. The pilot's blog. What's this? Oh, yeah. Is this showing off? Yeah, Angel Wings. Yeah. Brrr. It's fucking nuts, eh? And that's just to stop one missile. That's just to stop one missile from clapping you, you know? Happy birthday, Top Mother! You thought I wouldn't tell him, but I will. There we go. Oh, is it today? Yeah, it's the 4th. I need to add that in. Or actually, do I have that one in? Let me see. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down. Where did I write it? Maybe put it here. Oh, yeah. I got it here. Wait, what's this one? Oh yeah, that's for QQP. Never mind. Yeah. Happy birthday, Tough Mudder. Oh yeah, we got Hankins one coming up soon as well. Do 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 do. Anyway, let's finish this video.
On you, it might not be in your best interest to disengage at super high speeds. You might want to try and disengage a different way, right? So, all right, guys, that wraps it up.
Awesome.
We went through some
Well, that
of
was
the main core issues with the flight model. We had some.
That was a good video. Like again, I agree with a lot of things Avenger 1 is trying to point out, and it looks like he's also used my thumbnail as well, guys, which is fucking sick. Holy mother of gypsy danger! It is Salty Mike. Welcome in, sir. It's a big boy raid. It is, yeah. It's all the clowns. Here they come. Thank you so much for that, dude. How are you doing, Chief? Welcome in, guys. I'll wait just in case there's any ads and stuff. We've just been watching Avenger 1's 33-minute video about possible combat changes. We've just finished it, but I'm going to drop it in chat just now for you guys to watch. It is a good video, and he has used my thumbnail of when we did the tri-arrow thing. I think he's used that one before, actually, for one of his videos. I think. But welcome in, guys. If you are new to this show, my name is Michael the Dark Lawrence. I am partner streamer here on Twitch and YouTube, primarily playing Star Citizen. Welcome in. We've just been watching Avenger 1's latest video on how to possibly improve combat for the future, which I kind of agree on in some things and don't agree on other things, and all that stuff. I would normally stick around, but Tropical Stormy... Ooh. Yeah. The new getaway, dude. Run. Run for the hills. Thank you very much for that raid. I appreciate it, dude. And welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Mother Trucker, welcome. Workshop, welcome in, guys. I have no idea how to say that name. I'm just going to call you all. That would be Jace, welcome. Yeah. Good. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. And stay safe, Chief. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you very much, Pooey. Thank you. Make sure, guys, Exhibition Mark Anniversary, my 2 years on Twitch as a partner is on the 11th of June. We have some giveaways courtesy of CIG to do. Normally we don't run giveaways, but I need to get rid of them all again. So yeah, please do get involved. It's free to do so. Just a few little quick clicks and all that jazz. And yeah, we're going to get into some Star Citizen. Is there any, like, for the people that were here before the raid, was there any questions you guys had on any of the topic that Avenger 1 was talking on? Again, you can go and check out the whole video there, and see how it goes, you know. Thank you. Appreciate that though, guys. Welcome in. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Oh no, I only want one client. I hope friends list works. It's been a bit iffy past few days. Let me catch up with any in the chat. Yeah, let me actually watch the video Bosan put down quickly, which is this one here. So this is what I was saying. I'm gonna just mute the sound. This is where I would love to see the bigger ships, Cutlass, Freelancer, anything like that, actually perform countermeasure deployment. Instead of like one going out and not really working, this is something that needs to happen with all the bigger ships out of a fighter situation, where a Freelancer is protected from missiles, a Cutlass is protected from missiles, but obviously deployed at the right time. It needs to be this, because only right now the Hercules does this, and if you think about it, a Freelancer is generally, I think, bigger than an Airbus. You know what I mean? If I'm right, because again I would have to look at actual scales and stuff. But this is how like a Freelancer should deploy its countermeasures, just to make sure it's safe. Because I just don't think one counter going off per time is healthy enough for the game, you know? Oh, cool. Friends list does work. Ah, that looks so sexy. It does, yeah. Can't wait to lose all my FPS from that. Well, to be honest, you can already do it for a Hercules Panda. If you put all the... So, the Hercules has a lot of launchers. And if you put them to, like, launch 10 at a time, it doesn't drop the frames at all, dude. DarkLaw, surely friend or foe ID should still be a thing, though. Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah, well... I'm more talking about, like, if it, yeah, friend or foe ID is a main thing. Like, if we're going to be using Fox Free, for example, demo. But say, for example, CIG add-in Fox 1 and 2, then obviously, if you are in an arrow and you're beside a sentinel, and we're talking about right beside, like 100 meters away, it's very difficult for, say, a Fox 1 to be able to go, alright, well, this is definitely the target that I meant to be going for, but you know what? That sentinel looks really, really juicy. I'm going to hit it first. This would actually bring in a skill check for only using certain missiles and certain types instead of spamming it around. They could make it where, like, size 1 and 2, basically, don't have advanced radar, and the size 3s, 4s, stuff like that would then go into where they would identify friend or foe. This not only would make it a skill check, but it would also make it a tactical gameplay where, for example, if you're outnumbered in a fighter and you are swarmed, you know what I mean? That you might be able to be like, right, well, I'm going to do, like, a bit of Attack on Titan movement here. I'm going to jump from one big to another and try and get out of this mess if I can, you know? Just make sure you have to hold the lock. Well, I definitely feel like this is another thing that I've talked about where the missile tone I don't agree with. Right? And this is where I like to use this one, right? And I'm not going to keep the... Actually, no, I don't care. Right? Right? Now, obviously, we don't have anything like this, right? But where he says, I can't get a tone, in Star Citizen, it's very, very easy to get a tone. You know what I mean? And I kind of wish, it'll be around here somewhere. Where is it? I'm wanting the icon. Yeah. So this system here, if you will use the Top Gun one, where you have to kind of hold the reticle over the target, okay? Instead of just basically targeting and you have this huge cone that automatically does it, if you are to make missiles way more advanced in the future than they are just now in Star Citizen, it needs to be where it's not so much this giant cone that you just basically target somebody and you fire. It needs to be where maybe you hold the lock on, so it's red, like it is in Top Gun, very basic. Holds it over the missile, and once it goes green, you fire it, and that's it. That's all you have to do. But this whole... But it's like, you know, whatever. I just feel it's very, very unathletic. It needs to be where you're more, right, I've got the tone, missile, boop, gone. There she goes. You know what I mean? Instead of waiting for this, like, clock to go around and around really, really slowly. Missiles need to be, like here, where it's like, I fire too early. This happens a lot in the game, but it's mainly because people fire missiles after somebody's pre-flared. And this could be a big problem. Down the line, I foresee, you know, depending on how they do missiles. We do know that missiles are very much a placeholder right now. They're going to change out, but hopefully they will change to something a little bit more entertaining for people to use. Deadly, I feel. A skill check to actually avoid them, and just make it generally fun to use. Because again, with ships like the Miss, the Gladiator, other ones that you guys can talk about, missile boats, you know, right now, if you know how to deal with missile boats. They are not much of a threat. You know, everything in this game is placeholder. Obviously, yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want somebody to buy a miss from the store in game and be like, oh, this is cool. This is what I want to do. I want to support the fleet by deploying missiles and doing things this way. And then they're useless, you know? Missiles need to be scary. A missile boat needs to be scary. It needs to be able to defend itself at the same time by producing more countermeasures to mask its signature or however they go with the game. But when you're like, you're in a dogfight and you're like, oh, wait, there's a missile boat coming in here. This is where I need to massively change my gameplay style because I'm about to get clapped by long range, unless you're some sort of hotshot dodger and stuff like that. There's the 900 years in the future advanced tracking system. Yeah, but again, guys, let's look at it where this is a video game, okay? If you want the 900 years in the future gameplay, cryogenic yourself and thaw in 900 years and have a shot for yourself, you know what I mean? I dodge with Alt F4. That will hopefully get removed. You know what I mean? It has to be. But for now, anyway, I would just like to see missiles be more useful, more deadlier, more skill check sort of added in kind of thing, you know? Now, I changed my keybinds. Oh, wait. This is where I changed my keybinds from yesterday, and I never got a chance to do it because I started doing some gardening last night, which was a lot of fun, actually. Let me just double check. We're good. We're good. Yeah, so my keybinds are different. Let's make sure that's the case. I'm gonna try this out anyway. So I basically changed my triangle to how I used to have it, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Because obviously in fighting, I'll end up having to... what's the word? I'll press my triangle button since it used to be my old targeting lock system, so this is where I gotta try and build up a little bit of memory just to remember. I nearly pressed it there, so we'll do that. So if anyone has like Virtual Alphas, basically the wee mini joystick used to be my targeting system. It's now my power management system. So we're gonna be thrown off quite a bit as we do this. What did I press for nearest target? Maybe I didn't do anything. Being targeted myself. I don't think I actually... Oh, that's near... Is that nearest? Yeah, that's the nearest, right. So down on that one is the nearest target movement. Oof. I'm also not using shoes today to use the pedals, which could be fun. Yeah, this is gonna take a little while to remember. I think PvP might be the fastest way to do it though. It needs to actually be a little faster actually. However, it's not bad. So we do this one, that's the closest. The icons are off, like. So now we switch this is the closest one to us. Alright. Now my fingers are lost on the joystick. not changing. Ooh, that's a little fast, actually. That actually feels alright. What do you change? So, if I bring the joysticks up, basically, this used to be my power management, right? And this used to be targeting on the thumb. This is now power management, and this is targeting. So when you're holding, all I have to do is like there, change like that. Because this one here, for some reason, is not reacting as fast as I want it to be. So this felt more natural for power management, you know what I mean? But this now is power management, where I can just flip it and stuff. So it's basically, this used to be targeting, this used to be power management, this is now power management, this is now targeting. So it's flipped around. Because again, as I'm flying, I kind of feel like my thumb naturally can sit here better than it can there for targeting, you know what I mean? And this is just basically, you know what I mean, like I can just push on it and here. So it's like there. That's it targeting without even moving the thumb in. I'm able to move it around. You know, it just feels a little bit faster in actually being able to do something. But, unsure right now. We'll just sort of see how it goes. Again, thank you very much for Salty Mike for the raid. If you guys have not checked out Salty Mike's show, don't drop him a follow. He's an awesome dude. And he has a fantastic podcast show which starts tomorrow, and then you get all the videos for Monday from him when he takes his day off. Yeah, that's the changes. Like we saw in Expanse, they showed missiles in space are the scary things, and you can't get rid of them that easy. Yeah, it should be like that, you know? It should be like that. I think, anyway. You know? Damn you, Vixen. I'm trying to test this out, you absolute monkey. Alright, let's go and get our asses handed to us in Arena Commander. God. I don't know why single player, you've got to like spam the options key over and over and over again. Ooh, that doesn't look good. We'll do this for a bit. Let's go and get absolutely wrecked by pilots. But this is what I'm doing, basically, like at the start of the show. Obviously, we had that video from Avenger 1. And this is sort of like just helping improve flight a little bit. But, who do we have in here? Oh, my weapons are not even sounding. Oh, oh, oh. A little too close. Top gun. Top gun. Oof. We're in this weird spiral now. Gonna pull out and disengage on this one. Alright, Simmer Bounce, let's go. Full speed disengage on that. Air shields up. There we go. Oh, we got another one coming in. Oof, Arrow, Gladius, same time. Top Gun. Oh, it's mine! God damn it. Look at that shit. Look how fast. Like, yeah, see, this is where, like, the disengagement on this game is nuts, man. Like, instantly full speed away, 2.8 kilometers away. Like, holy fuck, man. Tricording has to be eliminated from this game. It has to be. You should not be able to just tricord and disappear that fast away. That's crazy, crazy shit right there. Who's this? Oh, no, it's Stealth Storm. No, Stealth. Be gentle, Stealth. Be gentle. I'm gonna waste a bit of afterburner to slow down here. Stealth Storm is really, really good. We're gonna die here in the fire. Oh, God damn it. Oh, oh! Ha-ha! Huzzah, Stealth! See you at the party, Richter! And this is why you always look left and right when you cross the trail. When you cross the fucking space lane. That was such a cheesy way to die, but I'll take it. I'll take that kill. It was worthy of the gods. Even if killing me, I know he. Stealth's really good. Stealth is really good. Oh my god, it's a Pisces. I can get a kill. No. It's a wonderful Pisces. Here it comes. Oh my god, it's going so fast. Come back. Fly true, missile. Fly true. Oh god, is that Stealth coming back for round 2? Oh, missile. Strike where the iron is hot. Oh wow, that was a good miss on that. Oh no! It's flying to the boundary. I'm getting back in. Who's this? Diving down. Oh, surprisingly, we're alright, we're alright. We've not killed... Oh my god. What's going on? That doesn't look good. Oh! Why am I on fire? That does not look good. Yes. Oh my god, what's with the fucking flame balls? Wow, that's so fucking dope. Look at that shit. People diving into the arena. Oh, it's Aniral. Is that the missile guy? Yeah, that's the missile guy, isn't it? Yeah. Look at him. Fucking wee. Alright, where is that one I wanted to go for? Yep. Oh. Whoa. What's wrong there? Seem to be slowing right down there, Animal. Oh, some good memes, some good memes. I gotta literally fucking use all afterburner to catch this shit. Hey, not bad. We get 0, but we didn't die in a fire. And technically, we killed, is that a ranking commander? It is, yeah. How could you eliminate it, only being able to use set thrusters at a time? Just make it where you black out when you do it. Sketch. I'll quickly show you here, right? Let me pop out of this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about with the tricording, right? Did it. No. I would get my arse kicked in this mode since I only have a cutback to use. You get a fighter to use with it, I think. I think you'll get like a Hornet or something like that. But you can do like Vandal Swarm to build up a thing. Alt Commander, always running Commander. Well, that's that, eh? Survival is key. Right, so basically here, sketch. If you see the G's here, tricording is that, right? Where you're instantly pushing humongous amount of G's in a direction, but there is nothing. There's 20 G's. You know what I mean? And this is the biggest problem that you have with the game right now, is that instant 11 G's going forward, you know what I mean? And then it's like, into this, 14 G's, 17 G's, spin, and you're barely blacking out, you know what I mean? And the fix would be just instantly when you start pushing 20 G's, you start to black out, you know? That's it. That's all you have to do to fix tricording and stuff like that. Instant disengagement is the moment that you hit the insane fucking speeds, right? So again, it's like 17G push there, you know? Nothing. Not a single goddamn thing, you know? In 14, you know? Bunker, 17, 18 Gs, nothing. Like it's nothing, you know what I mean? And even if it was for a split second, it would still have an effect on the pilot. So you want to get rid of it, first of all, if you can try and stop it, that would be amazing. But the easiest way is just literally make it where Gs actually have a role to the game. And I was showing this the other day there, where like literally if you put, right, take off lock speed, right? Look at this shit. 10 Gs. 11 Gs. Nine Gs, you know? Just, we'll push it harder now. 8 Gs. 9 Gs. 10 Gs. Pushing it higher. 11 Gs. You know what I mean? Nothing fucking happens, like. You do this in atmosphere, you black out. Instantly. You must be wearing a super duper G suit. No, it's just G's don't work in this game. Full stop. That's it. Again, there. Doing the same amount of G's, and now we're blacking out because of the actual movement. But even then, it's so lenient, you know? We did this yesterday where I was showing that literally the moment the human body pushes into the 11-12G mark, it's a no-joke area. It doesn't matter the fucking suit that you're wearing or anything like that. Our bodies suffer. Really suffer. So 900 years in the future, unless humans evolve, you know, into cybernetics or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Got that special stuff running through your veins like in The Expanse. Maybe. Who knows? But you know what I mean? Like literally you go into atmosphere on a hard a 1G planet, for example, and you start doing 9Gs, you instantly start blacking out. But in space, doing the same sort of fucking G systems, you're able to, like, look, instantly go to 8 Gs, and there's nothing. There's no build-up, you know what I mean? Now it's starting to get a build-up over time. We're building up. I'm just cruising up, 9, you know? Then we dive down here, look, 12 Gs, push, 14 Gs, and there is nothing. There's absolutely nothing in this situation. 14 Gs, and the game doesn't do anything. This is all that stops these problems, is that Gs just need to work. That's it. Here we go again, 14 Gs. Nothing. And it's worse than decouple, yeah. So I like, for me, I don't need CIG to get rid of tricording. Just make it where it's more of a skill check, where if somebody starts going batshit crazy, they're going to lose the view to do things, you know what I mean? Like, if we spin here, look. I'm doing 15 Gs and we're getting to the point I'm talking about. This is what it just needs to instantly go to instead. So that you do, or you can still do the maneuvering or the movement, but there's a punishment if you push it too far, you know what I'm saying, at an early pace. Again, I'll do more here. And we're only doing 10 Gs. 10 Gs and I'm eventually blacking out from it. It would be so good, B-Berry, and it would actually solve a lot of the problems, because you know when somebody's like booming past you, right? What is this tricording? It's basically moving in 3 directions at once, Gallifear. So forward, left, up. That's tricording. 18 Gs, 19 Gs with afterburner. That's how people disengage. Like, you're in a fight with them and then they're 2k away because they've tricorded away from you. Because they instantly get up to Gs. For some reason, Gs in this game means faster acceleration or something crazy like that. You know, it's, again, broken stuff. 45 Gs, yeah. So, but I don't have a problem with people tricording. I have a problem with the fact that they are able to go through the G lock like it doesn't exist. And what B-Berry is talking about is it would take a factor of skill where you're like, oh shit, I'm pushing 14 Gs. I gotta lessen off here or I'm gonna black out. Somebody that's booming past you, so you pass somebody, right? And then they're like, they turn around and they go 17, 18 Gs, 14 Gs locked, and there's nothing. Look at it. I'm doing 14 Gs, nothing. 1,000 meters a second, nothing's happened to me. What they need to make it is for somebody that's doing this shit, they would be like, oh, okay, it's time for a little nap, you know what I mean? And that means they would then eventually throttle down. You know what I mean? Because the moment you black out in atmosphere, you lose control of the ship. And they can make it where if you did higher Gs, you would have a longer nap. And this would be a really, really good way to allow the flying to be the same way. Can Gs even knock you out anymore? Yeah, they can. Yeah, watch. I'm gonna knock myself out. We can. Here we go. I'm gonna lessen off the roll and see if I can do it even more. I'm out of afterburner because, again, this just shows you how stupid the system is at times. If I was in atmosphere, I could do this way faster. Because you only need 9 Gs to do it. But for some reason, in Arena Commander, you seem to be some sort of fucking god, you know? I'm gonna have to lock it and then get Afterburner up to go even further. Here we go. No, even then, that's not even gonna be enough. I don't even have enough Afterburner to fucking go nighty-night, you know what I mean? Ugh. Let's see if I can go faster. Oh dear. Oh. I'm unable to knock myself out right now, guys. Seem to be impervious to G's. Try and get up some speed. Ugh. No. If we're in the atmosphere, I can show you what happens. Can't even black out but calls himself a good pilot. That's not my fucking fault that the game is shit. If you divide that number by 3, it makes more sense in the current... Yeah, like it would be... What, just strafing up? Does that do it? Yeah, alright, so just strafing up does it faster than actually pushing harder. There we go, I'm knocked out. And then, oh, I'm awake again! And I'm still pushing 11 Gs, but I managed to just wake up out of it, you know what I mean? Now we're doing 0 Gs because we're at max speed. Suddenly you know what I mean, it's just like... Oof. Negative Gs affect you a lot more. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like all Gs need to affect in this game. It can't be where you just do the shit to get out of it, you know what I mean? Like again, 10 Gs, rotating around, nothing, you know? 15 Gs, 18 Gs, 17, time for a little nap, you know? And then it's, oh, I was just doing some killer speeds. Let me just have a nap and I'll keep going back into it, you know what I mean? It's like, I'll have a wee nap. Remember when we used to sort of like flop down to the ground? That would be really, really cool. That would be really cool. Like if they brought that back where you're sort of like comatose and stuff like that. Sleeping in Space Simulator. Yeah. But this would massively help with combat. You know what I mean? Instead of the super high speeds, the super high speeds that everyone's like moving around in, just make it where if you go batshit crazy, you have a longer nap or something like that. It'd be a good way of doing it. Having to take drugs and... Oh no, I don't want it where you start taking more drugs and stuff depending on things, you know. You go into a very weird... Oh, there's... Oh, fuck off, Stealth Storm. He's like, there's that guy that made me crash. You know? He's an easy kill. Oh, it's already at the end. But how will I fly my cuddy black violin rock shaped or VTOL, sorry, rocket ship? Again, down the line there will be there'll be different ways with different flights and stuff like that. But I think the easiest way is just to get into the point of bringing a bit more G's, you know? A little bit more G's. Man, literally loading Battle Royale kills my internet, CIG. Holy crap. Holy crap. It takes everything to load this. Are we in squad? What? Did I go into squad battle? Shit. Are we in squad? What? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, there's Jace. Sneaking around. Oh no! Who's firing missiles? Who's on my ass with a missile, eh? Who is it? Who is missiling me? Oh my god, I'm getting multiple missiles. Oh. Ugh. So fucking destroyed right now. No, it's behind! Don't take me kills! Oh, we actually got it. Yay! We need to do some navigating here. Who do we have? Who do we have? Oh, it's Avenger 1. No, Avenger, I'm sorry. I was watching your videos earlier. Oh, we're so screwed, chat. We're so screwed. Yeah. There's so many pros in here. Oh god. We're so fucking screwed. We're so screwed. Oh, finish me off, Avenger 1. Stop playing with me. However, I have to say that fighting GG's did. Fighting Avenger 1 is a lot more fun than fighting the weird shit, you know? That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Stand by.
I like these sort of like short bursts. I still think I need to. I may change the controls back again because I'm hitting it too often. Man, there's so many choices here. Oh, wait. Not concentrating on my scenario, or my scenes. Go up here. The food. This is where, like, radar is so weird for me. Like, it's not working 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like, going that way. Oh, we got somebody on our ass. We got somebody. Who is it? Oof. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, we'll fucking strike when they're. Oh, my missile's not even working. God damn it. You can't just stop. You should be finishing me off. Oh, well, I'm taking this then. Wow, this gun's not even working. Look at that. Holy shit. Like, they're not even fucking aiming properly. What is going on? that would make sense. You can actually 30k in a fucking match? Oh, that explains it. That makes perfect sense now. I was like, holy shit. You can 30k in jewels? What? What is this nuts? How do you 30k in this stuff? That's mental, like. Anyway, I'm gonna change my key bindings back. Because, yeah, I'm not. As much as I thought I would enjoy it, I'm not enjoying it that way. And I'm constantly out of position. So let's quickly do this. Reverting time. Turret movements. Not turret movement, before we're doing vehicle weapons. No, not weapons at all. We're needing power. No, not power. Where is it? There it is. Right, so weapons. Want that. I want it that way. I want it like that. Maybe I'll take it like that. Targeting. This needs to be that. No. That. That. And what's the other one we do? Do this. Yeah. So what can we have that button for? Hostiles. Could have it like that, actually. Yeah, that'll do. That'll be probably make more sense. Let me quickly go here. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Fucking sick. That is a first, yeah. How y'all doing today, guys? Alright, let's see here. So basically, we would have it where this... There, this. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do shields as push on the thing instead. That's going to be a bit easier to do. Again, it's just trying to figure out where the movement of the hand needs to go. I've never really had to do this at the speeds. This is where, like, again, I don't want to spend all the time in Arena Commander. Actually, I'm gonna reverse it. So we're gonna do... This is gonna be that, and this is gonna be that. That means I can flip it easier on the hand. So now it's a bit of a weird one here. So yeah. Yeah. that still gives me plenty of grip on the stick. Alright, if I had way more space than that. Ooh. Right, let's go back into it. We'll try this one now. Oh my god, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. What the hell is going on with this thing? Battle Royale. EU. Alright, back into the fray. I definitely will not make the mistake of just having socks on for pedals. They're so slippy. So slippy. Oh my god, there's so many names I recognize. Oh. This. I don't recognize that name. Think we could go? Oh wait. That sounds like a delightful treat. I am blacking out like crazy. Oh, they've changed target to me. Just gonna cut it off there because there's quite a few people in that pack. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that one goes down, he crashes. We've got that. Grand Fium. Pretty sure that's one of Avengers guys, if I remember. Again, this is like where I'm trying to figure out where I want to go in here. Yeah, let's engage on the Gladius. It looks separate. Maybe not. Oh god, my controls just did something weird there. Oof. Yeah, we got a lot of practice to do. We're getting hit now by somebody. Let's disengage on this. See who's on me. Oh, I recognize this name. Who's this scallywag? It's one of these guys. So, why? Yeah. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm literally pressing my old setup. I'm not even putting it into weapon pip. I may have to actually change it back. This is gonna be such a frustrating process, like. So basically, I'm pressing change to weapons, and I have it where that one does it, where it goes to what's it called? Engines just now. Yeah, I think we'll have to change that one back there. You lost. You lost. Ah, dear. Dear. Dumbarino, good day to you, Chief. How you doing, sir? Yeah, I'm gonna put it back. I literally scuffed my setup by playing around with too many keys. We gotta put it back, guys. You going well? It's very well, yeah. I'm not feeling 100%. I woke up really late today. But obviously I wanted to do my stream today, so I don't know how long I'll be going on for. I've got a really sore tooth in the right side. I'm still trying to find a dentist to deal with it. So, yeah. And then really hot weather as well, so it's kind of like, it's muggy, sore mouth, you know. Still trying to be as cheery as I can though. Yes, this is where I'm fucking up. So this is where we do that. We put engines back to that. Actually, I'm gonna make engines push and shields there. Let's see if that one is easier to memorize. Painkillers. I'm rotating just now. Yeah. I've had it before. I need to. It's most likely I'll need to go and get it extracted or like a root canal done. But right now in the UK, it's so hard to find an NHS dentist, and I just don't have the money to go to private to get it sorted right away. So it's been on the go for like 4 months now. But there's nothing I can do. There's no place to get an NHS dentist, which is basically when you're on like the healthcare in the UK, and private is going to cost me like £600-700, and it's too much. I can't afford that right now. So hopefully I do have a dentist number, but the problem is they're 30 miles in each direction. It's going to be 60-mile round trip. And this is the problem. I'll have to go there first to get a checkup, so they take a record basically. Wait for my record details to arrive at the dental practice, then get booked in, and then I have to go back and then get the work and stuff. So, yeah, right now it's looking like I'm gonna have to deal with this pain for another like 2 or 3 months. Right now. So yeah, that can take a whole week as well. Yeah, so it sucks, but I've been in this situation before. It sounds like a hassle, I know. I just wish I could just fucking rip it out, but we just rotate pills. So you take ibuprofen, then you take paracetamol, then you would take ibuprofen. You just roll it around and stuff. I think it's just why it's triggering so much just now, Tamburino, is the pressure changes in the hot weather in my area. So it's like obviously like gums are not in the same sort of situation, but yeah, it's down here, and I think the best thing is just to try and get it sorted. It fucking hurts slapping yourself, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's one of these things. I've been through a root canal problem before, and it's just a matter of a waiting game. The first one I had was I had a wisdom tooth that had a curved root. So basically, if people don't know much about dental stuff, when you've got a curved root, it's not just a matter of pulling the tooth out or sorting it. You have to go to hospital, and they basically cut the side of the gum open, a little bit graphic, and they do the work sideways instead of going down. So that was a fun day and a half. Like, that was a lot of fun. Sitting there with things going in sideways. So it might just be that because it's in the same area on the other side. So I can't remember my dental what are they called, X-rays. But if it's anything like my left side when I got it done, I would imagine that maybe there's a good high chance that the right side is also curved root, which means I will need to go to hospital to get it done. Yay! Are we in the PU? Are we? Oh, I am in the PU, but I can't see. Okay. I've been thinking about getting health insurance just for those. I know. I think if I was in a more financial position, I would probably do that because obviously you just pay monthly, and that might be a good way of doing it. But you know what I mean? It's like health insurance for dogs. You can spend like 4 or 5 years of paying health insurance and then nothing happens, and you know it's kind of like lost money and stuff. Hey Jace, how you doing, Chief? I don't know what's going on with the game. Don't know what's going on. Now it's on best. What the hell's going on here? How's it going? Doing okay. Not feeling too good. I have tooth pain issues in the right side of the mouth. And it's really, really hot outside just now for Scotland, or in the area of Scotland now, so it's like kind of clammy and stuff. It's a friggin' mess here in the US. General health insurance doesn't cover dental here. You have to get dental insurance, and it's friggin', yeah, I know. Again, if I could try and justify like £600-700, I would just go to private and just let them go to town. Yeah, literally this is black screen. What the fuck? I can't even play the game now. Like I can hear Grim Hex, but there's nothing like. How much for insurance in the UK? For dental? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I would have to look into it. I've never been one for actually getting health insurance. Because you don't really need it with the NHS. You just go on waiting times and stuff, so maybe something to think about. But anyway, I'll contact them on Monday and see if I can get an appointment. Then it's 60-mile round trip. Yay! Go there, get checked out, and go and get checked out, and then come home, and then hopefully as soon as possible go and get the work done. Because if it is a root canal, which I kind of feel like it is going to be, then I am going to have to get some seriously strong drugs if I have to wait, because it's going to get really, really painful. And I remember the drugs that I got years ago for the first root canal I had in the wisdom tooth on the left. The drugs floored me. Absolutely floored me. I couldn't stand. I was like trying to vomit, but there was nothing there. Like trying to get out of my system. It was the worst fucking like ride I've ever had on medication. You know. I can't remember what the name of the pills are. What the fuck is going on with this game, man? They were nasty. They gave cotton mouth as well. I think I still have some lying around because I remember when I got given them. Obviously, I'm pretty sure they're out of date now, but um, when I got them, I could only take like one or two. Because I would rather have the pain than how much it put me on the ground. No, if I remember it began with an M or something like that. Again, I would have to try and I would go into the cupboard and have a look. I may have chucked them out though. But obviously they were very, very strong painkillers for nerve. It was again, it's the dentist said it's purely for what they give for when you've got like root canals, and obviously a root canal is going into nerve damage and stuff like that. So yeah. But if I can, I don't want to take that medication again because there's been a few times where like a med has dropped me to the ground, and this was like one of the few times where I was like, I can't move. You know what I mean? Oh no, I'm very good with drugs. I don't get addicted to drugs. I respect them, you know. And I've had many, Many, many drugs in my lifetime. Hey Raj, welcome in, Chief. If this doesn't work, I am might be forced to just go and do some more gardening, to be honest. Which I kind of feel like I should. I should really be outside. You know, when weather is this good, and it's like it's really fucking amazing, like aqua greeny blue skies, or you would call it, what is it, ocean blue or ocean green would be the color, you know. I don't have problems with drugs, only with effect. Yes, I know how to solve my tooth problem. Let's just go and get a Ouija, you know? That will sort it out nicely. Probably cheaper as well than going to the dentist. How you doing today, San Lam? But yeah, I could do some gardening, I suppose, if this doesn't work. Is anyone else having problems getting into the game? Seems like it's just going to absolute shit town. Absolute shit town. Ah, fuck me. I've never seen a 30k in Arena Commander though. That's a new experience for me. I didn't even think it was possible for that to happen. Yeah, hope everyone's well. Having a good weekend. Oof. Remember, guys, exclamation mark anniversary. Get involved. There's like, well, it lasts the whole month for that one, but obviously the 11th is closing in, and then the 16th when the puppy comes. That will be fun. So I'll be definitely doing short shows starting on the 16th. When I'm talking about literally like 1 or 2 hour streams every day for like a week until I can train the puppy. Once it's nestled in, that'll be fine. Then I can just let it be. Not my puppy though. It's the mother's puppy. A little beagle, which will be interesting. I do enjoy working with beagles. Like spaniels. Spaniels are really good as well. Oh, we're in. We are in. Awesome. Right. Hey, Wolfer. How you doing, Chief? How was your weekend, sir? Somebody's blasting fucking music out at Grim Hex. It'll be this person edge walking. Look at it. Edge walking away. Jeez. You always get that kind of person in every single like game that has VoIP. You always have that one person that just blasts music for no reason, you know? Yeah, doing very well. Got a little bit of tooth pain in the right side possibly root canal kind of level. So I'm going to try and get that sorted out within the next couple of weeks if I can. Hopefully. Hopefully. Apart from that, weather's really good. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'll probably do like a short stream today and just go and chill out in the garden. Okay. And then see how it goes. Go and get some meds as well. I'm not on anything right now, so start off with a couple of paracetamol. Get some dinner, do some gardening, and then game tonight. I was really late starting today. Like, I wanted to be on at 12, but it's just like, I didn't manage it. Didn't manage it. We always get hanger 13. The biggest hanger for a fucking arrow. But my cold is ridiculous for you. What would cold be for you? Oh, I'm missing missiles. Fucking game. Minus 16? Oh, that would be fine. I'd enjoy that. Need to sort it out. Oh, plus 16. Alright, right. Oh. That's not very cold then. Yeah. The game is not rearming us, Kinker, so the easiest way is to kill the ship and reclaim it. Because for some reason, ships, when they... Jesus Christ, man. I wish you could find out who is doing that and then you could just ban them or report them. You know what I mean? Does it still show the icon? See what I mean? This is where like CIG really need to step up their game with all their systems and not be so slacked. Like, how you meant to find who it is to fucking mute if you don't know who it is, you know? Fucking stupid. To be honest, I'm just gonna leave Sarah. I'm not even getting involved with that. Again. We were discussing this like this week where they have to implement better security for streamers, content creators, anyone doing that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Because that music can get a bit tricky. Right, let's fix this one out here.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Awesome. Right, so claiming should give us the things back. This is very funky, this system right now.
Your insurance claim has been settled. Please visit us again to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Ugh. Blech. Sorry. I hope that when they do 3.17.2, a lot of this stuff is sorted out.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Because I have to feel like 3.17.1 has been a very, very dodgy patch for certain mechanics. Like the ATC console is dodge. We got everything. Yeah, we're good. I think what I'm just gonna have to do is every time I'm gonna have to land and then store the ship to make sure it doesn't disappear. Yeah, let's do this.
Enfield Aerospace. All systems online.
You are clear to launch.
Right, so we've changed this now where that is that shield. Oh no, no, that's actually not gonna work. That's not sensitive enough.
Raised.
Thank you. Please visit again.
What we have on this server, ladies and gentlemen, there was yesterday we got quite a few bounty hunters, which was good. A lot better than what it was like with Invictus and stuff, so yeah. Into the fray. Well, I hope you guys are all having a good weekend. Anyone doing anything funky? I still need to try and figure out how to go and watch Top Gun. Somehow, some way, I need to go and see that movie. Has anyone actually seen it in chat yet? Been reading a lot of good things about it though. I feel like you need to see the original and then binge the other one.
Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, this is rotated badly. I'm trying to remember if this is the one, just the flat.
Quantum drive is now on.
I tried watching the original the other day. It was a bit much, to be honest. I still think it's one of the best sort of aerial combat movies you can see.
Quantum
You
drive
know?
is now
15 years? Holy crap. Yeah. The airplane movie. That's a way to put it. Yeah, the Top Gun Maverick, if that's what you're talking about. Girl Scout. Yeah. The combat stuff is all good, the rest I don't know. Well, it was the 80s, you know what I mean? The 80s had some wacky movie choices. Just keeping the area just now. I'm wanting to see like the latest, like what they've done with the cameras, because they did a lot of in-cockpit kind of view stuff, so how much is actually translated into it. Too many shots of Tom Cruise's face? What, in the latest movie? Here we go again, like literally, like I was talking about with Arena Commander, the moment you come into atmosphere, 6-7 Gs can affect you. We got a bogey. We got an Avenger Titan. Looks free.
Shields hit. Target destroyed.
Where is that sound from? Gundam. It's the sound of a Gundam's radar. I would love to, you know what, like, no joke, if you could replace the sounds in Star Citizen with your own for, like, things, I would use that as my radar warning sound. That would definitely alert me way better that there's contact, you know? Contact. Yeah, I would love actually, like, no joke, if we got some, like, realistic sounds for missile warnings and stuff like that, it would be so much better than what we have just now, because sometimes it's quite difficult to determine the sound. You know what I mean? And CIG have this crazy idea of blocking your screen with all this red chat instead, and I just feel like, again, like, the sounds could be massively worked on, and that would be really, really good. It'd be good for everyone. Where are you? I personally hate when NPCs talk. Yeah, dude, that needs to go, man. That needs to go. It needs to... Like, I don't understand why a little screen just doesn't appear, or just a vocal bar, like the bottom here, you know what I'm saying? Like a little vocal bar on somebody's UI. I can't stand when the NPCs take over your screens, and it would sometimes, like, for me, it's most likely with the shield one. So I always have the shield in the bottom right, and it seems to prevent it. But when you take away, like, say for example, you're needing display on if somebody's attacking you, or you know what I mean, you just need a little bit more information, and the NPC pops up and it's just like, you know, the worst thing is when you're a blue and you're bounty hunting a player and then a random NPC turns up to scan you and you have to disengage from killing the player or attempting to kill the player so that you don't get a crime stat. It's the most bonkers shit I've ever seen, man. See, look, there we go. Fucking giant red text. Ooh, and then more red text for collision warning, even though you're coming into a land, and then it's like, let's have even more red text appear. Whoa, red text everywhere, armed to zone, refueling. It's like, oh my god. For the love of Gypsy Danger, stop with the shitty UI. Just make it where it appears like any other game in the corner or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking so strange. Sometimes in my Hawk I just get EMP not charged or something. I don't know. See, watch this. It's like... this one's the worst. The warning collision alert. Whoever thought it was a good idea to put it there, like, I don't understand. I don't know why you couldn't have put it right at the bottom. Or right at the top. Why is it just above a crosshair? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't you place it above emissions here? This big area here. Why does it have to be in the crosshair? It's, again, this is like the most frustrating thing with Star Citizen at times, is that it's like, and obviously it's not the case, but it feels to me like sometimes the guys building this game have never played a video game in their life. You know what I mean? Like, they literally want to bamboozle you with information that I just don't think you need at certain times. Like, if I'm heading to the ground, I'm pretty sure I know there's a collision coming up. Yeah, I know. I'm purposely flying down here. It's like, oh look, there's going to be a collision coming. Collision. You know? But it doesn't tell me... it doesn't tell me when I'm purposely aiming. You know what I mean? Like, if I go like this, and we go down, it's like, no collision warning. I pull up, and it starts to go collision warning. It's like, what? Like, look, collision warning after I'm heading in the direction, you know? The TVI is what's causing it, which is really frustrating. But I would love to be able to disable that red chat, because again, it throws off your aim in atmosphere when you've got this popping up, and you might have thought it was a missile warning, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not practical at all. And I think the boost bar, I don't know, how do you guys feel about this, but we see the boost bar that appears here. I kind of feel I would prefer it horizontal at the bottom. You know what I mean? I generally feel that I should not have to move my eyes around the screen too much when I'm trying to concentrating, and the boost bar just isn't that sharp in peripheral view, or in the like 15-20 degrees of peripheral view. It would be better if it was just slightly in the middle, underneath the crosshair, to allow you to know what you're on, but also the same with pips as well. I would love it if there was visual over this thing somewhere else. Just a little bit more information pushed to the center that you actually need. Again, it's the same with like your weapons. You know what I mean? Like you're firing away and you literally have to move your eyes to double check. And again, it could have been a little bit more placed better. Because when you're firing, you know what I mean, like you're having to actually move your eyes left and right. The same with VTOL and couple mode. I felt should be more in the center of the screen than off to the side. It'd be kind of cool if you could actually customize it. Kind of cool. Boost bar isn't visible enough when looking center, same with capacitor. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, there's this area, this is where you mainly focus, right? And I just feel like boost bar could have been at the bottom. You could have had little warning lights appear at the side here, or up top, that are not useful. And maybe you could have had the weapons at the top, you know, or down sort of in this zone. Like, you could have had group 1 weapons above here, group 2 weapons above here, boost in the middle. And then maybe have it where like decoys are sat just below here. So again, or have it where on the crosshair here you would have like your flare count here and your chaff count just as a number. You don't have to have a box, and then you can still have it there, but you know what I mean? Like, you have all the most important information right in the center of where you need to be looking at most of the time. So when you go to peripheral view and you're moving around, you're fine. But then when it's focus time, it's like, I've got all the information I need. I don't need to move away. I'm able to visibly see it a lot better instead of being like, ooh, time for me to look over there. Ooh, time for me to look over there kind of thing. It would just be better if they had it more logical, I feel. Because if you ever look at like a jet fighter's UI, all the information that they ever need is in few pixels away from anything in the center, you know? And then obviously the non-important stuff, or less of importance to the fighter, is moved further away so that they can actually, you know, look at it out of tighter situations. I don't even know if anyone's actually working on something like that, you know? Who knows, man? I was waiting for when they were talking about, what's it called? The UIs for each ship manufacturer. That was like, what, 2 years ago, was it not? I'm pretty sure they mentioned it like 2 years ago for like, you saw the idea for Drake, and we only got this one update, and we still haven't seen any UI changes. You know how we were meant to get that Gladius with that really, really cool UI that was like red, white, and it had all the information in like one screen? That's just gone, you know what I mean? Hey, Jungle Chili, thank you very much for the follow, Chief. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good weekend. We definitely need to do something with bounties, though. What do you think about Gallifrey, the criminal box missions? The criminal box missions idea. I personally wish they had just worked on player bounty missions instead of criminal box missions. Because, right, this is no offense to people who do box missions. How often is somebody doing a box mission as a criminal? Or wants to do that as a criminal? You know what I mean? Like a blue player goes, oh, you know what, I do a lot of box missions as a blue, I would love to do it as a criminal, and not realizing that they would have a marker above their head. You know, how many people really want that gameplay loop? And I feel that they should have just worked on bounty missions instead. Making it where... Like, say for example, you know how they've done like the NPCs that tell you like if it's hard or low and stuff? They could have made it where like the player ones reward more for, as we've always talked about, where like a player like myself, I'm sitting on 31 kills right now, players, without going to prison. You know, I'd be worth a little bit more money and it maybe say, you know, medium or hard or something like that. That would have been way cooler, man. Yeah, but free 18 is at the end of this year, Gallifrey, in like 6 months, dude. You know what I'm saying? Because free 17.2 is Q3 and free 18 is Q4. Because everything's late right now. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I would have preferred the bounty hunter stuff to be updated before adding in criminal box missions that I just don't think players are going to do. I just can't see why you would do it. What money are you going to get from doing these box missions? Because again, you would just do bounty, like the criminal killing missions. You make more money, man. Exploited to be disappointed with smuggling? Again, I just don't understand how you're going to be able to smuggle if you can't go into truck stops without getting shot, you know? There kind of needs to be the cloak and dagger sort of mechanic before you can do smuggling, I feel. Like ID hiding or something like that so you can actually land at a truck stop. Because you know what smuggling's going to be? It's going to be, alright, by the way, you need to smuggle this from Daymar to Yella. It needs to be smuggled. Don't worry, there's going to be lots of cops en route. They will stop you. It's not going to be like that at all, man. It'll just be a box mission. They need to make it where you can check for outposts without having to queue up quantum. Like, remember when we used to get it in scan? Scan mode used to show you where outposts were. Like when you bring up quantum drive, and then they took that out. It was so sick, man. You could use this to approach and then disable, you know? But they shit can that one. Also does this. That's the other way around. Yeah, that's inverted, man. Yeah, I need to change that. That's how it needs to be. It's the opposite way around. Sweet niblets, like. Right. Yeah, there we go. Makes it smaller. That's bonkers, like, holy shit. It's literally the wording is the wrong way around. I'm wondering how you get the criminal box missions. Do you need to be a criminal? So they said that you have to do reputation and then eventually you'll get the harder missions and stuff like that, but yeah, it's like, is somebody really going to do this? Like, generally when I speak to people who like to be criminal, it's to get into combat, you know what I mean? Or pirate, or stuff like that. I've never heard somebody in my chat or a content creator go, you know what? I can't wait till I'm a criminal and I can pick up a box and drop it off. You know what I mean? I've never heard that. Smuggling, sure, but smuggling to me feels very much like where you pick up a box and you have to try and get it into ArtCorp somehow or something like that. That would be, you know, somewhat challenging and getting past security or something like that. That sounds cool to me. But I've never heard somebody go, you know what, I can't wait to be Criminal 5 as a box trade person. So I'm so confused where they're getting this data that makes them go out and build these missions for people. You know what I mean? Is it Salty Mike? Is he like, oh, you know what, guys, I would love to do box trading missions, but as a criminal. Where did they get this idea from? Because I think bounty hunting and smuggling would have been way more important, or anti-bounty hunting, piracy kind of missions, instead of being Pizza Hut for criminals. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a huge market for criminal players who want that challenge of delivering boxes whilst under gunfire from bounty hunters that have god markers on them, you know? Who knows? His smuggling videos. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Paul wants smuggling, not Pizza Hut delivery for the criminal minded. Do you want a wee bag of weed? Because you can go to a bunker and you could get a huge laboratory's worth of weed, but here's a little baggie of cocaine, you know? This is really important, you know? Maybe they're going to bring in NPC scanning and finding you in random areas. Maybe. I'm hoping it's that case, Rick, you know what I mean? But all I have in my head is that you pick up a box from a vending machine and you take it to a location and you'll get crime stat and you'll make money at the same time. And it's just like, how big of a market is that, you know? How big? I wouldn't, you know what I mean? But I'm hoping that bounty hunting actually gets changed, where it's an area marker, not a god marker. I think that would be so sick. Like, it shows you, like, say for example, I'm flying at Shubin, the icon for the bounty says TheDarkLaw is at Shubin on Daymar. That's it. You have no other information apart from I'm at Shubin. And if I move 50 kilometers away, it updates to where it's like a 50-kilometer bubble or something, you know? And people actually have to bounty hunt and try and work it out, kind of thing. I know it'll probably cause more stream sniping for people who play criminal, but who cares at the end of the day? You can easily mask things like, yeah. Now you're back in time. So whilst I'm doing something, you think I'm just flying around gently, you know? And then I can fire it forward. Constant marker is trash, yeah. It just doesn't make it fun, you know? Oh look, I can see my bounties right there. I delivered a pizza to an Archie terrorist. Real story. Nice, nice. Yeah, I know. Like, and especially when with the video, and obviously it's temp just now, Rick. But it was like, oh, you can do this criminal mission and make 4K UEC. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I can't wait to make 4 UEC by delivering a criminal pizza box, you know? And I know that will be the beginning missions, but whilst they've got it where everything is so cheap in this game, 4K isn't really like award-winning money, personally. I won't even read a mission text for 4K. No, I know. Anytime I see a 4K mission, I'm like, I can go and kill an NPC hammerhead for 45K. Why would I go and do this mission? You know what I'm saying? And of course, not everyone's going to be in the situation where they can do the 45K mission, but why would you go and do a 4K box mission, or why wouldn't you go and kill an NPC for 9K that's so easy to kill, you know? Oh, I know, Blue Manx, we had these missions years ago, where you went to my doppelganger in Levski to pick up the wee bags of weed. Now it's a cellophane packet with duct tape of cocaine, or widow, or whatever it is. I can't remember, is widow pills or is it powder? Probably doesn't matter. Or even a monitor for 20K. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And they say weed isn't a gateway drug. Again, I cannot see a market for it. I hope I'm proven wrong. Maybe there are a lot of players that want to do this, but I would have thought like a proper smuggling gameplay loop would have been way more beneficial right now, or bounty hunting like upgrade to make it more appealing to more players to get involved, you know? Uto will pay me 15K to remove corpse parts with 0 risk right now, and I can't hardly be bothered to run one unless I want to meme a mission whilst... Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. You know? It does make me wonder where they get these ideas from. Like, when they're in a meeting, it goes, right, guys, what can we add to Star Citizen that criminals are going to want? One guy in the corner goes, well, every channel I go into, they just talk about upping the bounties and making it where they don't disappear and somebody just loses less money and more reputation and all these things. No, they don't want that. What idea do you... Oh, I heard that they want, you know, Jumptown, kind of old Jumptown to be turned on, you know, but make it where it doesn't make as much money as the full Jumptown situation. No, players don't want that. What else? I've heard that they want trading to be fixed, where it'll bring more PvP, make it more Tram and Myers kind of stuff, where there's no... Armistice zones to hide into, they can be interdicted and stuff like that, raise the ceiling of warping up. No, they definitely don't want that. What have you got there? Well, I spoke to this one guy who goes, you know what would be great if we could do the box delivery missions that the Blues do, but for criminals. Yes. This is where we go in the direction of criminal gameplay in Star Citizen. We definitely feel this is what should be done. More important than us spending time making missions and doing other things. Let's just copy everything that the Blues have got, but make it for the Reds. But the difference is, the moment they do it, they get crime stats. So they go to prison where they can't do the jumping puzzle because they'll lose all their inventory, or they might lose their heads, or they might lose their mobi-glass. That's the gameplay loop we will create for them. You know what I mean? That's what goes through my head when I hear this shit on that video. I'm like, what? What? All the people who play Criminal that I know begging for more combat-related scenarios. Everyone that I know who likes trading wants more trading. Even if it is blue, criminal, all these kind of things. You know what I mean? Nobody cares about moving a wee box around for no money as a criminal. Yeah, let me freaking hack the comms. Exactly. Like, this just feels like this would have been way more important to put the mission team. Because before anyone goes, oh, it's a different team that's working on it. No, it's not. It's the same 2 or 3 dudes that are making missions and Jump Town and all that stuff. It's just the same team. The difference is they could literally take the assets that we already have in the game to make criminal gameplay loops, where you attract traders in for that risk versus reward, or you up bounty hunting to make it where it's like, I could go and kill an NPC for 20k, and then I can just chain it, or I can go for that big 100k bounty, and if I fail, it'll go to 75k, but I'll get higher reputation. Then it'll go to 50k, but even higher reputation. So even if I fail 4 times in a row, I will then have it where I make no income from this mission, but if I down that bounty, TheDarkLaw, I'm gonna get a huge reputation boost in-game, and then that means my next NPC mission will just be, you know, that kind of stuff. Enticing things like this. This is more important right now than, do you like my little plastic bag of cocaine? Look guys, it's 4,000 UEC reward for this bad boy. If you do this 700 times, you might get one of those big boxes that makes you 8k UEC. I don't know, I'm just memeing where it's probably not going to be set up like this, but that's all I can think of right now, you know? Like, oh yeah, this gameplay loop is going to be just what they needed. Well, as Blue Mank said, and as anyone that's been here from the past, we've already had these missions in the game. They took them out of the game, and you know why they took them out of the game? Because nobody did it. Nobody did it. Nobody gave a shit. It's not fun as a criminal to just move little bags of weed around. You know what I'm saying? It's way more fun when we have conflict zones for people who are criminal-minded and blue-minded, you know? Pirating actual gameplay. Let us stop people from warping away from outposts. Stop the alt F4ing. Stop these things. And I know it's all going to come in time, don't get me wrong. But this is where you should focus on right now for the next year. On these gameplay loops that we all enjoy, it's not enough. It doesn't drag enough new players into it. Or there's no reason for like an org or a big group to do it, you know what I mean? And when Jump Town turns on, people go crazy. When they had that bugged stuff for Invictus, people traded like nuts. Flying, piracy, all these things, you know what I mean? It's not. It will be stopped. It will be stopped when persistence comes, Greg the Pytard. It will did. It's coming very, very shortly. The moment that you're under attack, you'll go into a status which will be like aggression. And just like in other games, the moment you alt F4, your ship won't disappear for a time period. That's what will happen when persistence is added to the game. And that's what we're waiting for. They can't stop it just now because we're on dedicated servers. But when persistence comes in, where when you log out in one location, you're just going to teleport back in. It's still going to happen. Sig can't stop it at all. That's not going to stop people from battle logging. Yeah, that's fair enough. People will still try it, but they're going to lose their stuff, which is what pirates want, you know what I mean? Like, a pirate doesn't care if you're there. They'll open up the door, they'll take your stuff out your ship, even if you've pressed Alt F4. The thing is, the moment that you log back into the game, you'll still be in that ship. That's what's changing when the new stuff comes out at the end of this year, next year. Because there is not going to be joining a server. They will be joining a region and stuff like that. I'm a red is dead player, not a blue blazer. Well, again, you've got to look at it that maybe have you like played any other like sandbox games that when somebody logs out, their character just drops to the ground. That's probably what we'll see as well. Or there was once a time where they said it was going to be where if you logged out not correctly. Obviously this can change. This is a pinch of salt information. But they said that your character would turn into an NPC for the time being and stuff like that. So, again, long as it prevents people from just Alt F4ing and completely escaping, even if they are just sat there staring at you going, you know what I mean? Like, they're just staring at you and you're taking their stuff, you're robbing them, you know what I mean? That's all I care about. And then you can execute them. You know, if you so wish. But you should not be able to go, oh, I'm under attack, quickly, macro, Alt F4, boop, I'm gone. You know what I mean? Your ship just instantly disappears. Or you instantly disappear from the game. That's changing. Then, obviously, CIG need to think of a way of stopping people from just self-destructing. But the easiest way for that is the moment that you self-destruct, you have to wait a day before you can reclaim your ship. That's an easy way of punishing folk that just self-destruct under aggression. You know what I mean? The insurance company can go, oh, well, you self-destructed when you didn't need to. You know? There was nothing wrong with your ship, you just purely did it for the hell of it. So now you'll wait 24 hours before we'll decide to give you your money back or your ship back. That solves that one as well. It's a chemicals reaction. I know. There definitely will be things in the future. We got interdicted at Victus, trading 17 million in a herc, and had a good fight talk to the pirates. Was very exciting, the fun in the end. Lost 2 million. They were honest pirates and let us fly away after. Yeah, I know, exactly. You know the funny thing is, though, is it Tico Colles? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Hot tub stream when? I've already done it. I just didn't do it on Twitch. That's all. Just you. Alright, cool. Does anyone hears him? What do you mean, Newt? Yes. I'm pretty sure people hear me. You know what I mean? Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. I appreciate that sub. But on Twitch, no, never. Maybe at the beach one day. Who knows? Maybe one day. You'll find that a lot of people who actually do pirating in this game, Theo, are actually legit. They just want the interaction. Because money doesn't mean anything right now. 17 million, 100 billion means nothing in Star Citizen. Some people will interdict you and say, pay me 5k and I'll let you go. And people are like, why would I pay you 5k when I've got 1.4 million cargo on board? I'll self-destruct, you know? And it's like, some people just want the pirate interaction. There's not really pirating gameplay, you know? It's a bit of a mission to sell people stuff. But again, people just want that interaction. Yeah, a lot does depend on Tony Z, but... well, again, we'll see it when they have the ability to turn more things on. Persistence, quantum, whatever it's called. I can't remember, you know. Quanta. When that's all turned on, we'll see what NPC interaction is like, all these kind of things, you know, but... Yeah. My campaign with Star Citizen is to try and get the game as much of cheese-free as possible. From flight and combat, to people from just being able to use the Alt F4 method, and stuff like that. And it's the same with bounty hunters, right? I saw that, I kid you, no, I saw this a couple of weeks ago, where I was just chilling out low flying, a bounty hunter came to kill me, and I started to win the fight, and they Alt F4'd. They have no loss, apart from the fact that they don't get my bounty again, but they Alt F4'd because they were losing the fight. Not a criminal, a blue bounty hunter losing the fight Alt F4'd so that they didn't blow up. But then they would have had to claim their ship anyway, which is technically like blowing up, you know what I'm saying? It was bonkers to see that kind of gameplay loop, and it's getting more and more crazier these days where more people do it. They're like, oh my goodness, a player interaction. I'm just gonna Alt F4 because I feel this is more logical. And it's like, but you've just lost all your cargo anyway inside the ship. Makes nothing, you know? We saw 17 mil. Oh, stole 17 mil. Is that what you're saying, Blue Max? Yeah. But people were making loads of money and then CIG took it offline, and it's like, do you not realize that we were getting some proper interaction? Who cares if people were making millions and millions of UEC? There is no economy in this game right now. We saw 17 mil Alt F4, this free flight. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. It's crazy. It's crazy how simple it is. And I just don't understand why CIG didn't even think this was going to happen. Are you such a pirate who wants to interact, or you only want to PV fight just in case I met you in the verse? I'm not a pirate, Tio. I'm not a pirate. My organization is designed around Black Ops and just literally killing and moving on. So, I'm not going to do pirating, but I may have a contractor that's a salvager that goes, DarkLaw, I don't have anything on to do with today. Can I sit with you at an outpost, and every time you kill something, I'll give you 10% of the profit, you know? A serial murderer, yes, okay. Well, I'm a wreckage, what would it be? What would it be classed as? Wreckage, designer, you know what I mean? What would you call that? Somebody that creates wrecks for people to salvage. Home wrecker, shipwrecker. Yeah, I'm a shipwrecker. That has, yeah. That's how we look at it. I don't pirate, but I may hang with pirate friends. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Neville Red non-NPC boss. Yeah, that sounds wicked. Anything where I'm in the salvaging department. Hey, Marcus. Just a murderer. Well, I look at it that I don't go chasing people around the universe, you know what I mean? I'm just sat here, chilling out, hanging with you guys. If somebody comes to bounty hunt and they become a corpse, or I go to prison, you know, that's just fair play. If somebody turns up here to maybe do a box mission, yeah, that's fair play, you know what I'm saying? Then eventually down the line, I'll have somebody sitting over on this pad in a Drake Vulture ready to start salvaging. This is coming very shortly, I think. Is it free 17.2 or is it free 18 we're getting the Vulture? So I'm looking forward to that. When you see TDL start racing towards you, boss. Music starts playing, yeah. It starts going like this in your cockpit, you know? People are like, what's that noise, you know? That'd be kind of cool, like, if there's a way to tell if, like, a player was coming aggressively and the combat music kicked in Star Citizen. It spawns near his lair, the outpost sometimes flies around. Yeah, exactly. Eco Warrior protecting Daemon. Exactly, yeah. I wish I could, yeah. But somebody has to accept the hill for that. I kind of wish proximity was a little bit more, because I would just... I think I've got a button for proximity. I think. Did I actually set one up? I'm not sure if I did, like, on the joystick. What's under? Is it this? Yeah, okay, so it's push forward then. But yeah, definitely more player interaction. I would love to see over NPC box missions and stuff. That's just my personal opinion. I would love it where player bounties are more popular. There's more criminal things to do, like locking down an outpost and maybe farming the income from the outpost. You know what I mean? Who knows? We'll see. Right now, there's just not a lot, sadly. Not a lot. That's why I'm doing, like, Arena Commander stuff, because it sort of gives me a little bit of flying, but I can't do it for long. Yes, warning, collision alert. Stuck on the screen. They need to disable these kind of things. Look at that. I mean, how toxic is that? Warning, collision alert, stuck. The UI just doesn't work in this game whatsoever. And that icon should be at the bottom or above emissions. It should not be strapped right in front of you. Blocking the main part of your crosshair as well. I'm literally flying around with no yaw, which is kind of funky. This whole time I've been flying, I've not used yaw, not even got my feet on the pedals. I'll be around here. I know. It does have an announcer panel. There, look. I don't know why CIG need it here and there at the same time. This stuff doesn't work either. Look at this. This does, like, again, this is... The UI in this game is in a really, really bad state right now. Missile warnings don't disappear. Missile warning sounds still keep in. The collision alert is locked up. Radar lock. I'm not locked by anyone. It's just it doesn't release or do anything like that. Or just allow us to disable it, Newt. You know what I mean? Just allow us to go into options under graphics and be like, disable, you know, whatever area they want to call this area warning, you know? That would just be really helpful. Because again, for me, I'm very much somebody that, I like this idea. You know, you've got these ones. But none of these really work either. You know? Weapon heat, power low. You know, I don't even know what the hell. Thrusters heat, shield down. It's like, none of these work in the game anymore. Your hull is red? Which one was that? I can't remember when we had a sound file for red hull. I remember in the Gladius, it was like when you had red cockpit, it would be on fire, you know? That went away as well. I've not seen a on fire cockpit animation in a while. Free, yeah, so that's years and years ago. Same on foot when trespassing alert is in the middle of the red dot. I know. What is their obsession with putting alerts right in the center of the screen? Again, this is where, like, I don't want to be rude towards the developers, but it just feels like nobody plays the game. Somebody must play the game and go, oh, by the way, the warning collision alert is popping up when I'm flying around. Is there anyone that can fix that? Oh yeah, I can fix that in a jiffy, no problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Q&A team must have these problems, because I get them on a daily basis. It's like, oh, by the way, we were doing some 1v1 fighting in our break time. We noticed that the radar lock button doesn't disappear in ships. Can we get that fixed? Oh yeah, no problem, you know? Oh, by the way, there's a huge warning collision alert that appears on our screen. There's a giant, you know, as Scarlett said, trespassing alert in the middle of our crosshair when we're trying to aim down sight. Is there any chance that can get sorted out? You know what I mean? But no, they go straight away and they go, is there a council issue report? No, there isn't. Alright, well then it's not that important to fix, you know? This is where I generally don't understand what Q&A are doing. I don't know what they're doing. Because every time we discover something, right? And it's the first thing is there an issue council report? And it's like, surely the Q&A must have seen this before it came out. Surely. And isn't it their job to go, there's this issue? Because isn't that what Q&A are meant to do? Or am I absolutely stupid? That Q&A in any team, anything are meant to go, oh, we found this problem before it goes to Evil Catty, you know? Lower priority, I know, but after years of it still being a case, why is it not fixed? Why do we still have this nonsense? Sometimes you still warp away and you have the missile warning sound going off, and then it gets louder and louder and more frequent, you know? Once something's been in the game for more than a year, it's not so much low priority, it's like nobody gives a fuck. And that's what it feels like to me. And again, proven wrong or anything like that, you know? So I tell you, most Q&A just run automated scripts and don't use the application as an... Yeah, see, and there we go, like... But even if you do an issue council report, why is this stuff not being fixed after this length of time? I've got this warning locked on, I've got this warning locked on, the missile warning one sometimes appears, and it's just like... Surely it can't be that difficult to fix it, right? After a year, it's just a documented feature. It just drives me nuts, man. We need another free 15, so we get these little things. Again, it's always the simplest things I feel in this game that annoy me the most, you know? Like, there's nothing worse than collision warning. Or, for example, I press my shields. Like, shields are down. Yeah, I know. I actually pressed the button in the game. It's not that I've been shot, but I know. I pressed the button. I'm now going to put the pip to shields, and I'm going to press O again. Shields online, you know? And it's like, now we're back to warning collision alert. Even though I've got no chance of crashing at this speed or this height. And it's like, shields off. Shields offline. Alright, cool. So I've got visual to the left, right? Which is unreadable. Because when you zoom in, it's like, alright, it says shield down. But when it's back here, it just looks like a red box with scribbly writing on it. So you've got shield down, right in front of you, very, very annoying. We'll turn the shields back on, you know. Shields will kick in a second. There we go. Back to collision alert, and then we'll do weapons offline. Right? Where's the weapons offline warning? We've got it up in our top right here, or our right quadrant. That's cool. But you know what I mean? There's no warning for weapons offline. There's no flashy fucking box that appears. And it's the same with this one. Watch this, right? Where's the engine's offline warning at this stage? You know? You know? There's no engines off. It's like, oh, by the way, you're free falling right now. You know? Might want to think about this. But shields down and collision warning. That's super important apparently in this game. I would actually like to know if my engines suddenly just killed themselves. Not this. This is your engine warning sign right here. You know? I do sometimes feel sick, don't think on low flyers. It's not for low flying, dude. I'm not talking about this for low flying one bit. I'm talking about this from general pilot. I could complain a lot more if it was for low flying. I'm talking about general gameplay for anyone has these impossible visuals to read. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. I have to zoom in to find out that's procs warning because they're all the same color and there's not even a proper font used on it. Where you're like, what is that saying? You know? But you get this. So you get this. Why didn't they just do like a box, an MFD box here that says collision warning here? It pops up. And on this one, it could be the left one. So it could be like, thrusters offline. And it just scrolls across going, oi, pilot. The thrusters have gone offline. Your shields have gone offline. Not here, but like a scroll box here would have been cool. Too much bloom. It is, yeah. It's crazy. I don't even know if we went down on... Let's go down to like 15 for meme's sake, alright? Alright, we need to do... Let's put the gamma back to 50. No. Is there actually any way to get this? Nope. There's no way to actually get it readable, sadly. It could have been one more color as well. Well, we do have yellow. We do have yellow. And this actually goes to another thing as well. It's like, if they've got green, they've got blue, they've got red, they've got yellow, right? And the reason for this I'm going to say is, you know when you put on those Grey Cat helmets and you actually bedlog and you come back in, all the dashes and stuff are in yellow. But we don't have a color for party markers. But there are other helmets. So the Vandal have a red UI. The Carthol has an orange UI. Some of these helmets have a yellow UI. There's green UI. There's blue. There's white. Why are there no marker colors? For hostile being red, white being neutral, blue being blue, but your party can't be yellow. You know what I'm saying? If they've already got it in game, why is that not a case just now? Because when you're looking at a radar, you're like, oh my god, who are all these people? It's like, oh, it's my team, you know? I'm sure stability take the lion's share of priority or getting the fastest feature stable. Yeah, I know. That's fair enough, but that's a different team, Laser. You know what I mean? That's a different team. I'm talking about a UI team. Right? If a Q&A reports it, it's not the server engineer that goes, oh wow, let me see if I can fucking fix the UI of a spaceship. I know how to put plenty of cat cables into the back of this box, but this one I should easily be able to fix for you. You know what I'm saying? It's a different team. What is the UI team doing just now where they can't have maybe one dedicated person fix the lights? Bloom and fog, I wish I had sliders for. Yeah, that's very true. Damage log would be nice too. Well, also on the UI, knowing like your hull's HP would be great. Like, I appreciate that this turns red, but it would have also been cool, like, if you actually had a percentage to like the left of the ship's name here. Those radar markers should also be... Yeah, that's a big thing, King of Wales. I know a lot of people that are unfortunately colorblind, and they have no idea what the hell is going on. And this is where another thing where I'm like, I understand that this game is in development. I understand that we still have many years to go, but we have a lot more backers now. We have a lot more people playing the game than we did. The servers, all that stuff. There needs to be these things added to the options, and really fast as well. So if the new UI changes comes out, and obviously we know that somebody must be working on UI, right? When it comes out and it doesn't have a colorblind mode, I'm going to be very, very upset. Because if you are going to replace all the UIs in this game, it has to be designed around the ultimate end game. Every user needs to be able to play this to a certain degree. Colors, display, being able to read. I should not have to have a set of binoculars to read these boxes, when it could just be where this font is a little bit more thicker with a more like black added to it, you know? You should not have to zoom that far to be able to read things on a dashboard. But radar is really, really important. It's in a very bad state as well. So hopefully the UI team have got this fantastic setup coming, where we will actually be able to not only change it on the fly, depending on how our eyes like to see things, but where it's also made a lot better for everyone involved. Yeah, wow, we all know that one. Whee! We all know that one. That definitely needs to be in the game. Again, because everyone's eyes are completely different. You've got people who are stronger at reading reds and blues, and for me, I'm very good with red. Very good with red, but not when that light has no font to it, you know what I mean? Like when I get into a Vandal fighter and I turn it on, my eyes read it so much better than in like an arrow and stuff like that. Some higher problems than others. UI is getting a huge overhaul, like the helmet will have lots of UI in them. I hope so, Newt. I hope so. Because we really need it, dude. We really need it. I'm not like saying that CIG have to produce it now. If anyone is misinterpreting what I'm saying, I'm not saying it needs to come out in the next patch. That's not what I'm saying. I just hope. I hope that when you're overhauling the UI, you're taking into account everything that we need. To be able to change the colors, to be able to disable the displays. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and now my ship's not going to claim. I feel like I'm going to end up having to wipe my account again. Oh, thank God. Crazy stuff. Anyway, guys. I appreciate being here, but it is far too nice a day to be stuck inside with not much going. And again, the tooth pain is killing me right now. So I'm going to go and get some meds. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to go into the garden and do some green finger work. Ooh. Cultivate the land. That's what we're let's see. Who do we have online that I can send you to? But yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Make sure, guys, !anniversary. Get involved in the giveaway that we've got for the month, courtesy of CIG. We've got Nomad, which is out of my own pocket. Not a Nomad. A mule with a skin on it, LTI, out of my own pocket. CIG have given me Hull A with LTI, Scorpius with LTI, and I've got the rare Scorpius skin as well for you guys out of my own pocket. And also, highest donator wins the Twitch partner box, which I'll send to anyone around the world, and all that good stuff. Hey, Stinko, we're just hanging off, dude. I'm not feeling 100% right today, and the weather is so nice. I'm going to go and do some gardening and clear thy mind. Yeah. So, yeah. I appreciate you all for being here. Get involved in the giveaway. All that good stuff. And, yeah, I will see you tomorrow. I will try and be on a bit earlier, because today I was just like, I just wasn't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? But that does mark us as 17 streams in a row. So we're getting there, like 17 already. The idea is we're trying to stream every single day and see how it actually goes. So I did like 30 days as a trial, and I actually got into it, and then my PC messed up in May, so I had to get that replaced. But the idea, chat, the idea is to try and do 6 months every day, and then maybe go for a year if we can. So yeah. Make sure, yeah, like Gorg has used the entries. If you've got points down below, use them in the giveaway as well. We only do them on special occasions, so it's every 6 months kind of stuff. You'll get to use them. But yeah, I'm gonna send you over to the wonderful Space Calip. He is going live and support the pirate lord himself, top 100 AC pilot. Nice. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Take care. Have a wonderful weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, again, enjoy your weekend. Go and get some good food. All these things. Appreciate all the follows as well today. The raid from Salty Mike, everything like that. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the hot tub stream when as well. Appreciate that. Seems like it didn't work. Make sure you go and sign up on the actual site for it to go through. It does take a wee while and all that jazz. But yeah, take care, guys. Thank you much. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Catch you later. Your numbers are going up. You're doing better than Avenger already. Nah. I got raided, dude. I got raided by Salty Mike, and all his community hanged around for a while. So, but again, we've got time to do this. You know, I destroyed my channel for 6 months. I need 12 months to rebuild it. Basically, we'll get there. But I appreciate all your time, guys. Have a wonderful weekend. See you later.